from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across all these many time zones, from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains in the west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south, well into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning, everybody. No, I am not dead, despite the rumors circulating on the Internet. I am not dead. Close. I've been pretty sick, as you know, and I'm going to be soliciting experts on airline travel. And I'm going to do a whole show on airline travel and disease. At any rate, I want to welcome WLTG AM in Panama City, Florida. 1430 on the AM dial in Panama City. Good morning down there. Good to have you with us. You'll find out what the program is about as we move along. I'd like to welcome make that KBLU in Yuma, Arizona. Yuma, Arizona, 560 on the dial. Welcome to the program. I'd like to welcome KSWD in Seward, Alaska. They would be 950 on the AM dial. Great to have you along. All right, coming up tonight and in a moment, Dr. Stephen M. Greer, probably the world's foremost authority on the subject of extraterrestrial intelligence, and runs an organization, began it, called secrecy.
Now we take you back to the night of February 21st, 1997, on Art Bell's Somewhere in Time.
Dr. Stephen M. Greer is widely regarded as the world's foremost authority on the subject of extraterrestrial intelligence, ETI, and is the founder and international director of the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, or CSETI. A lifetime member of Alpha Omega Alpha, the nation's most prestigious medical honor society, Dr. Greer is an emergency physician and former chairman of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Caldwell Memorial Hospital in North Carolina. Dr. Greer, as director of CSETI, has led research teams throughout the world investigating the existence of ETI, extraterrestrial intelligence. On several occasions, has successfully established preliminary contact and communication with extraterrestrial spacecraft at close range. He has met with and provided briefings for senior members of government, military, and intelligence operations in the U.S. and around the world, including senior CIA officials, Joint Chiefs of Staff, White House staff, senior members of Congress and congressional committees, senior UN leadership and diplomats, senior military officials in the United Kingdom and Europe, and cabinet-level staff members of the Japanese government, among others. Here he is, Dr. Stephen Greer. Doctor, welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Good to have you. Since you're an emergency room doctor, before we get off into other subjects, have you any experience, doctor, with people who travel in airplanes and get sick?
Well, sure. I travel about 100,000 miles a year, and so I know firsthand. And I've actually had to take care of a couple of emergencies on transatlantic flights, including a woman who had a massive stroke. But certainly, there's a high risk of spread of infectious diseases on airplanes because of the close proximity and the recirculation of the air. But that's another subject, but right, I think that you should get a lot of rest, perhaps take some extra vitamin C to help fight off the viral illnesses,
right.
And be sure you get lots of rest when you're traveling.
Sounds like standard advice. All right, good. Anyway, the reason we have you here tonight, you're involved in a sort of a motivational thing, trying to get people motivated, aren't you?
Well, yes, that's part of it, and the reason I'd like to speak to your listeners tonight is well, there are several things to achieve, but primarily, and the thing that I think most people there would be interested in learning an update on, is the CSETI Project Starlight initiative, which is the program designed to effect a global disclosure on the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence and the implications of that disclosure. And we are in the phase now where we are collecting first-hand U.S. government and other world government military and intelligence workers and aerospace workers who have first-hand knowledge of extraterrestrial events or projects or programs, who would be willing to join in a coalition of folks to come forward and disclose what they know to the world at a high-level event. We have been briefing members of Congress on this. I've briefed senior U.S. officials and others around the world on this matter. And we have identified quite a large number of these types of witnesses, but we would like to identify more of them for two reasons. One is that there is definitely safety in numbers. And number two, there's also increasing credibility when you have interlocking pieces of the puzzle that come forward where it becomes a corroborating effect.
Well, how have you done so far? If you had to go today, what would you be going with? And I don't need names. I'm just curious. Yes. Numbers.
Numbers. Well, if and this is, we're going to have a meeting in Washington soon to ask members of Congress to do exactly this, and that is to hold open hearings on the subject. We would be able to produce around the 70 or 80 first-hand witnesses to these events, as well as people who have worked in military and intelligence and military-industrial complex settings, dealing directly with this subject. And here, when I say directly, I mean not someone who said, my grandpappy
Sure.
saw a dead ET on the desert floor in 1940-something. We're talking people who have directly been in the radar room or been on retrieval operations, or who have done pursuits in jet aircraft, or who have seen things as an astronaut or a cosmonaut, or who have been at facilities where they were working on extraterrestrial technologies and things of this sort.
Oh, that's very serious. Very serious.
That's very serious. And my problem is that, quite frankly, and one of the difficult things I've had to deal with is that having been the point of contact to several dozen of these type of people, I'm now the person who's sitting on an extraordinary amount of information, and I hate to say it, secrets, which I think should not be held secret. And so what we want to do is to move this forward at the highest possible level in a setting that has the gravitas and the credibility so that a definitive disclosure on this subject could be effected in the very near future. Now, we feel that for this to happen in the best way possible, it would occur through open hearings in the Congress, and emphasize the word open. It's not going to do any good to have a covert hearing process or a secret hearing process, right, so that this can just be vetted by members of Congress. It would be educational for them, but the rest of the world would remain uninformed. What we feel needs to happen is perhaps a period of behind-the-doors vetting of the subject, followed by an open disclosure process and hearing process, either through the Congress or through the United Nations. And we are currently working on both of these fronts, both with UN officials and in the Congress.
Of the two, which do you consider to be likely the more receptive?
It's very difficult. I believe that if it were not for interference from covert projects that have a very long arm, we would probably be able to do this most readily through the United Nations. But I do know personally and without question, unambiguously, that there has been attempts to thwart, squash, and derail any such event through the United Nations. And quite frankly, it's the first time I've said this publicly. We're very concerned about that, and if not a little dismayed.
Can you give us any details of that behind-the-scenes manipulation?
Well, let's just put it this way. There have been discussions which have been promising in the direction of, at the very highest levels in the United Nations community, to have a disclosure conference at the United Nations. But unfortunately, there has been interference where some of these officials have been visited and shown materials where they are being instructed not to do anything on this subject. And I find that deplorable but predictable. A couple of years ago, I don't think the UFO community knows this, and certainly the public doesn't. I was invited to give an address at the UN on this subject, and the topic that I chose was the foundations of interplanetary peace and how you might create interplanetary relations. And some very high-level UN people were coming to this, and it was interesting because a couple of days before the event, there were some notices put inside the offices at the UN, and they were all torn down within hours, and nobody knows what happened to them or who did this. But we know that has happened, and it's very disconcerting, but it's also very predictable because anyone who has any insight into the subject realizes this is one of the great secrets of the century.
Sure.
And, if not the millennium.
Without naming these people, do you have any sense of the kind of material they're being shown that would convince them that any public exposure is a bad idea?
I don't think they're being shown that it's a bad idea from the point of view of the ramifications of a disclosure. I believe that they're simply being told, don't do it.
Or else.
And yes, well, with some implied negative ramifications if they were to. And so there's some discouragement going on that level. And this is very worrisome because we have been briefing senior Clinton administration and congressional people since December of 1993. And this may be a shock to some of your listeners, but this has been a very intense, long-term, behind-the-scenes project.
What kind of reception, Doctor, have you been getting from the Clinton administration?
Well, the people that I have met with and that people on my team have met with have been open to hearing about the subject. And to be honest with you, there's not a question of whether or not the subject is true. And this may be a shock to some people. Contrary to some public statements that have been made, there's no question that the matter is real. The question is, what do we do about it? And how do you get this thing resolved? And how do you resolve the complex issues surrounding covert management and extra secret, super secret management of something, which, in the words of Barry Goldwater, when I met with him, said it should have never been handled this way. But now that it has been, you have a conundrum insofar as you have programs and infrastructure which is in place, which arguably is sitting on extraordinary technologies and also extraordinary power. And how do you get that turned around and put back into a normal oversight process in our government with the proper checks and balances that you would expect in a republic and a democratic government? Well,
to a degree, our government's power comes from the maintenance of secrets.
Well, that may be true at this juncture, but I think that being the descendant of one of the founders of the United States, the people who fought in the American Revolution, and somewhat of a student of the Constitution, I differ with those who say that is it's something which has evolved, and I think Eisenhower warned us of this when he gave his speech where he said, beware the military-industrial complex. But I think that in a certain degree of secrecy you would always expect in an advanced society and even in ancient societies. But when you have a subject like this, which is of immense importance to the world, and which is being seen by people all over the world, and yet which continues to be shrouded in the most extraordinary layers of secrecy, so much so that, if I can share this little anecdotal story, imagine sitting across the conference table at a meeting which has been set up with a sitting and current member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and briefing this individual on the subject, and the person blinks and looks at you and says, Doctor, I have no doubt that what you're saying is true, but in my many years of being on the Senate Intelligence Committee, I have never heard of this matter, and I have never been briefed about this matter. Now, there's a problem here, and the man, I felt there was no prevarication, in these statements. And I'll say something else which may be equally startling to people, is that, and I'll say this with some confidence, I'm quite sure that I'm the only UFO researcher in the world who has had a nearly 3-hour meeting with a sitting and empowered Director of Central Intelligence. And I have.
On this subject?
On this subject, specifically for this subject. And I know that this is an extraordinary statement. I have the bona fides to back this up, and someday it should all come out in a very interesting book and movie. But without going any further into who and which one and at what time, let me just say that the subject is taken very seriously. The problem is that how do you put people back in the loop on this, and how do you get a disclosure on this done so that it, on the one hand, is credible and scientific, on the other hand, does not cause a constitutional crisis and does not cause undue alarm in the populace. I think it can be done. That's what the strategy that we have put together is intended to do that.
All right. Doctor, can we back up just a little bit? You said something that was quite extraordinary. You said that it is simply a given that they exist, that contact has been made, and you can prove that through a series of witnesses. Fine. That's a given for you, but perhaps not the audience, and that bears at least a question or two.
Sure, of course.
How would you back up that statement? I mean, that it's a given that contact has been made.
Well, you have to take the weight of the evidence, and this is something which I think one of the great misfortunes in how this has been handled in the civilian sector is that you cannot take one witness, I don't care if it's an astronaut or anyone else, or one case, whether it's Roswell or the Belgian event. You've got to take, you must assemble, and this is what we're working to do, and I hope people in your listening audience can help us do this. You must assemble the best scientific evidence, metal samples of extraterrestrial origin, technological items of extraterrestrial origin. We do have access to some of these. You must put together the best photographic, videotape, government documents. You must put together the best cases that have ever occurred, radar cases, pilot cases, and then you must identify those, call them whistleblowers, if you will, or witnesses who have been in military or private contractor situations where they have had direct involvement with the subject. And these are people who are credible and who are willing to testify under oath to Congress with penalty of perjury and go into jail if they were to lie. Stand up and say, I will testify about this subject.
Are these people who are under penalty of going to jail if they tell the truth as well? In other words, a lot of them no doubt signed security statements.
Well, yes, but as you know, or you may know this, that in November we wrote a position paper stating that those security oaths were null and void. And we are taking the specific legal position that these people now should come forward and join together in a coalition to speak what they know about this subject in a public setting, choosing it very carefully, of course, because the nature of these programs are such that they are outside of the legal bounds of the Constitution. They are extra-constitutional because they do not have the proper checks, balances, and oversight required by the U.S. Constitution. Ergo, any security oaths which have been taken in support of such an illegal operation are themselves illegal. Per force, they are non-binding. And this is the position that we are making, is that essentially these security oaths are, at this juncture, are null and void. And we have written this in a position paper, sent it to the White House and to the CIA director, amongst others, and asked them to correct us if we were wrong in this assessment by the 1st of January of 97, and that if they did not correct that position, that we would move forward with efforts to disclose the testimony of these witnesses. Now, January 1st, 1997 came and went. There was no corrective position issued. We did hear through contacts and sources that there would be no response to that and that they would allow us to pretty much go forward and just observe what kind of progress we could make on our own. And I think that this is rather encouraging, by the way, because this went not only through the back door into the White House, but it also went through the front door, return receipt requested. It went to the CIA director, the Secretary of Defense, the head of the Intelligence Committee, and the Senate and the House.
Do you generally take that to mean that they are prepared to proceed with disclosure and they're going to allow you to be the point man in that
Well, we take it to mean that they chose not to say that these people could not step forward, and I think that's very significant.
So do I. All right, Doctor, hold on. We'll be right back to you. Dr. Stephen Greer from CSETI is my guest. Some pretty heady stuff. Back now to Dr. Stephen Greer. Doctor, here's a fax that just came in.
Yes.
Art, I'm very encouraged to hear what your guest is describing, but I have two questions. One, our elected officials are idiots. They're politicians. All they care about is getting reelected. Why does Dr. Greer believe that any of them would risk looking silly by talking about the UFO subject? I have a very hard time believing they would actually hold hearings.
Well, of course, historically they have in the past, both in 1966 and 1968. Now, your listener may be quite correct. There may be no one willing to do this. And let me say what we have in store in case that happens.
All right.
If the Congress and the White House do not do something constructive on this subject, we will do everything we can to see that either through the UN or some other suitable international event, the same information, witnesses, and data are presented to the public and to the public media. Now, there are ramifications to that. Obviously, if it goes outside of the chain of command and outside of the channels of the U.S. government, there could be concerns about the effect it would have on our government. But I think, you have to understand, we've been working on this for over 3.5 years. And we have concluded that if in 1997 there's not positive forward momentum in the Congress and in the administration to do something definitive on this subject, then we will need to take it to the public through some other venue. But we feel that for the sake of doing this well and doing it in the safest and highest way possible, that we need to give our elected officials a chance to respond and a chance to regain control of the subject and to be involved in a disclosure of this magnitude. Now, if they choose not to, then that's their choice. We can't control that. And I think you have to be somewhat detached from that and say, well, it's up to them. We're going to do the best we can and make the most convincing case we can. And beyond that, there's really not much we can do. We can't force them to do this. But what we can do is resolve, both as a group of witnesses who are government witnesses who know about the UFO subject, as well as a group of researchers who have a great deal of evidence on the matter, is to then take it either through the UN or through some other nation or through some other public disclosure event, even if it has to be a privatized event in conjunction with other think tanks or some other institute of some renown.
All right.
So, I mean, there are other ways this can be done, and your listener actually was very wise to make that point. But what I would say is that we want to at first give them the chance to say no, and they can't say no until they at least have heard the truth and met these witnesses and seen the evidence. Then, if they turn their back on the subject, then we can say, look, I will be able, with a clear conscience, get on Larry King or Ted Koppel and say, look, we offered this to the White House and to the Congress. They met these people. They knew they were real. They saw the evidence. They saw the documents. They saw the photographs and videotapes and analysis of metal samples and everything else, and they still chose to do nothing. And now we're taking it to another venue. But see, what I don't want to be accused of is trying to grandstand the U.S. government. Sure. I would rather see this done through the appropriate channels in the highest and best and safest way possible. But, again, I think your listener is very is sort of prescient in the sense that one of the points I was going to make next is that we need to resolve to get this information out by whatever means we can, and that we need to triage this like I do in the emergency department. Okay, here's the Congress and White House. If they won't act, the UN offer there. If they won't act, offer it through some other nation or some other prestigious institute or think tank. If that can't happen, privatize it totally. But it's something that you have to give people a chance to respond by educating them, and that's what we're trying to do this spring. We're trying to set up a situation where these members of Congress who have not been informed on this subject can be given extraordinary evidence, but also meet these extraordinary witnesses. And then if they choose to turn their back on the subject, that's their choice.
But at least you've moved to the inside first. All right.
At least we've tried to do it the correct way.
All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer. Where are you, please?
This this is Bruce calling in KPN.
Bruce, I can barely hear you. You're going to have to yell into your phone.
I'll get back into the phone. Is that a little better?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'm calling from KPNW country up in Oregon.
Yes, sir.
Question for Dr. Greer. It would seem to me that it's unclear as to your purpose and objective of going forward with specifically the Congress. It would seem that if there indeed had been some covert plan of government to keep this contact with extraterrestrials secret, that could have occurred with other nations of the world. It appears to be rather a parochial view to think only the U.S. government has done that. Now, you alluded briefly to the fact that you would be going to the UN if you were not able to get any productive results before Congress. Do you have any indication that other governments may indeed have had some contact with extraterrestrials and kept that?
We know they have.
Yeah,
in fact, good point. It is not a U.S. phenomenon. It is a global phenomenon. However, the U.S., number one, is the last remaining superpower. Number two, has been in the catbird seat on this subject for a very long time. Number three, I need to clarify, I don't believe the U.S. or any other government in the sense of the normal chain of command and elected officials have been particularly involved in this. I mean, this is the point I make to UFO researchers, and they say, oh, my God, the Air Force is hiding stuff from them. I got news for them. 99% of the people associated with the Air Force don't know anything about this subject in terms of any of these projects, and will never know anything about them. It's like a guy I talked to with a big electronics corporation that does a lot of top secret work. He pointed out to me that the tank that one would go in to learn about this ain't on Capitol Hill, and it's not even in Washington. And so you have to be very careful about these sort of sweeping generalizations about the, quote, government. Now, I have met with officials in the United Kingdom and in other governments, and I know that yes, there have been super secret projects in other countries, but they've had the same kind of dysfunction in terms of lack of oversight and lack of knowledge. For example, I met personally with a former head of the Ministry of Defense in Great Britain who was involved in that capacity for years. He was head of the NATO committee, the military committee for NATO, and he told me very directly that he had never had this subject cross his radar screen. Even though he was head of MI5 and MI6 and the MOD. And he only found out about it accidentally after he left that position and then started looking into it and found out that it was very real. So, I mean, people have to be a little more sophisticated in how they regard this. But I would say that the U.S. is a prime place to have this happen. It is the most media-rich country in the world in terms of the media covering an event like this. It certainly is the last remaining superpower, and many, many of the witnesses we have, not all of them, are from the United States, and it would be safest and best for them to be able to provide this testimony through Congress. So that's our rationale at going through Congress. But certainly as backup positions, as I said earlier, or as I should say not backup, but as the parallel tracks, we have been investigating the cooperation of other nations as well as the United Nations on this issue.
All right. If all else failed, Congress, the UN, I take it then the change of venue you would seek would be directly to the media.
Yes, and one of the things I would love to see happen is somebody who could understand the implications of this, be willing to work with us in partnership in doing a world expose and documentary on this subject, which could be aired, number one. Putting out, similarly, a book of testimony and evidence on the subject, and that's number two. And then number three, having various people help us in networking with other think tanks and other institutes which could help make this thing come out in the event that the governments become irrelevant. And I hate to use it that word that way, but your guy who said, our elected officials are this and that, and I'm actually a cautious optimist about our elected officials. I think that if given the chance, some of them will want to do the right thing, but maybe not enough to make a difference, in which case, if the government choose not to get involved with this because it's too hot a potato to handle, then I think we need to start looking at networking with other institutions and entities. And we have been doing that for about 3 years, but we want to do more of that, and that's why I'm discussing this on your show publicly.
All right, good. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi, where are you?
In Redding, California.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I can give you the names of 6 people right now who know for a fact that we have interstellar capability. two government officials, 2 civilians, and 2 military.
Well, please give me a call and share those with me directly.
Sure, I have your number. As far as the media coverage is concerned, if the American media won't even cover the almost daily UFO sightings that occur in Mexico City, how would you expect that they would be willing to cover this?
Good point.
That is a very good point. And the media, as a member of our team who was once the Time Bureau chief for Time Magazine has said, has really fallen asleep at the wheel. The Fourth Estate is almost totally dysfunctional at this point. But what I would say to people, however, is that the media need to have something to focus on. And this is why either congressional hearings or a UN conference or something like that. You can't just have another UFO conference in the Holiday Inn in Poughkeepsie and expect the world media to take that seriously, where you sell tickets for $10 a pop.
Well, I mean,
it's got to be done in a way that is world-class, that has extraordinary evidence and extraordinary whistleblowers and witnesses stepping forward. I think if you meet those criteria and you have any media savvy at all, the media will cover it. But it's got to be something where, Carl Sagan said something which many people have gotten furious about, and I agree with him. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Indeed.
And so the onus is on us in the civilian sector to collect the extraordinary evidence, both in the way of witness testimony and in the form of videotape, photographic evidence. And that's what I was going to say before the break. Anyone out there who has evidence, not just witnesses, but other types of evidence which they think would be helpful in convincing these members of Congress or the public that this subject is real, please contact us, because what we want to do is put this in our briefing document and in our evidential pool.
Doctor, how much physical evidence do you now have?
The people I'm working with possess a substantial number of cases where there is physical evidence, and they are unambiguous. This is a hot potato. I can't go into a lot of detail, but let me just say, if there's a congressional hearing or a scientific inquiry at the National Academy of Sciences, we've got a freight train full of evidence, I think, that can be driven through any door that cracks open. And it will be definitive. But the problem is that, again, where do you present that? You present that at the next UFO conference? I don't think so.
I don't either.
Cover it. You end up, first of all, and that's the other problem with this subject. You've got to think strategically. Where do you position something this big so it gets taken seriously?
All right. Look, even with all deference, Doctor, given to Larry King. Larry King has done programs in which he sat out in the middle of the desert near Area 51.
I was on that program. Yeah.
Exactly. But the world did not suddenly sit up and take notice after that program, so I'm not sure Larry King is the right venue.
That program was not designed to gather together the definitive evidence and have it presented, because at that time we weren't ready to do that, and I don't think it would have been appropriate to do it. We were still exploring avenues and are still exploring avenues with the government and elsewhere. But I think that the time for that is coming very quickly. I would like to see this completed during 1997 or 98 at the latest. And I think it can be. Again, it's a matter of people pulling together and doing this. There's another way of approaching this, and this is another point I'd like to make quickly, is that you can also take this to the people by saying, and the other part of what CSETI is doing, to attempt to interact with these spacecraft directly.
Mm-hmm.
And on a number of occasions, we've had near-landing situations where these things have been 10 feet above the ground or hovering 300 or 400 feet above us. And I think that this is something people can begin to do, because these objects are being seen all over the world all the time. And we're going to have a training for people interested in this in the high desert of Colorado in June, from June 12th until the 17th of this year, where we're going to train people in these research protocols. So anyone who might be interested in that also should contact us or look at our website, and they'll see there's a notice on there about this training. And I will be there personally there to train people in doing this. And we do this through a number of modalities that include the uses of high-powered lights, electromagnetic signals, remote viewing, and remote vectoring, and some other high-strangeness techniques that are controversial but which appear to be effective. And what I'm saying to folks is that that's another grassroots. People listening to this show say, gee, what can I do? I don't know a witness. I tell them, look, if you live in anywhere on this planet, you can learn to go out and do real-time observation and take it one step further. try to establish some kind of contact or dialogue with these objects and see what happens. Now, it's not for the faint of heart, because you don't know what's going to happen. It might be something you're not quite ready for. But I mean, if you're someone who is somewhat adventuresome and willing to go out and investigate this, we have developed a series of protocols which I think will facilitate people being able to do that effectively out in the field and actually establish some type of preliminary contact with these objects. And if this is done by enough people all over the world, I think the day will come when a definitive and unambiguous event will take place that will be filmed and will be witnessed by a dozen or several dozen people, and it simply won't be able to keep the genie in the bottle any longer.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Stephen Greer. Hi.
Hi, this is Jack in Charleston, South Carolina.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, I have a comment and a couple quick questions. First, during the first hour, Dr. Greer's comments kind of seemed to me to have the intensity of John Lowengard when he was speaking about people's right to know on Dark Skies.
Yes.
And my question, have you had any contact with Representative Stephen Schiff from New Mexico?
Good question.
And is there any truth to the stories about Majestic 12? And also, are you going to involve Art's part?
All right. All
well,
right.
I should say that there are members of our team, close members of our team, who do know Representative Schiff, and we have there are about 60 members of Congress who are personal friends of various people in the CSETI network, and we have an extensive network of people. And we've been doing these backdoor briefings and meetings with quite a few of these. I mean, I have personally met with senators and congressmen from Democratic and Republican aisles in the last year. And I do believe, of course, Representative Schiff is one of the people we'll be inviting to this briefing in Washington. As far as, does Majestic 12 exist? Yes, it does. I don't know that it's called that right now. The last known acronym for this entity that I knew was PI-40. I don't know what it stands for, but the letters P and I and then the number 40. But it really doesn't matter what it's called. The fact of the matter, we know it exists, and we've developed some pretty good contacts into it. It's not what people think it is, though. I can tell you that most of it is in the private sector. If you really want to know where the balance of power is on this issue in terms of policy making and what have you, it's not even in the government. It's in the private sector.
All right. I know that it's getting very late back east.
Yes.
And
I'm getting tired. I'm going to have to sign off here.
Exactly. And we're coming to the end of the hour. So give them your contact information one more time, Doctor, please.
Yes. Our website is www.cseti.org, O-R-G. And our phone number is area code 704-274-5671. And if they want to write us a snail mail, it's P.O. Box 15401, Asheville, Asheville, North Carolina, 28813. And again, people calling, please restrict your calls to those who have evidence or government witnesses that they would like to network into this project, because we simply, are trying to focus on that right now. If people are interested in attending the training in Colorado in June, information on that is available on the website, or they can write us and we'll send them information about it.
Okay. Doctor, I would hope that somewhere down the line, you would give me a call and let me know how you do, how the response goes. Would you do that?
Well, maybe we can get back together after this meeting this spring, and we'll talk about where we are then.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Dr. Greer, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Stephen Greer from CSETI. And there you have it. A lot set up to occur this spring, isn't there? All right, everybody, when we come back, and we will, open lines. Anything can and will happen. Stay right where you are. All right, listen to me, everybody, and listen very closely. We are going on the definitive Alaska cruise. And I mean the definitive Alaska cruise. There's lots of Alaskan cruises out there that are totally lightweight. We're going on the real one. It'll be the third week in August. It begins in Vancouver, British Columbia. There, we board a spectacular brand new ship of the Princess Line. And I mean brand new, just commissioned. And we'll sail through the Inside Passage to Ketchikan, Juneau, historic Skagway, then right up to the face of the towering ice fields in Glacier Bay National Park and in the majestic College Fjord. The cruise itself is great, but take it from me, because I know Alaska. All right, open lines coming up. I've got quite a bit of information that I'm going to sprinkle around. Here's one, for example. This comes from Gary in Las Vegas, listening to KXNT 840. Art, did you see the story on Channel 8? That's our CBS affiliate in Las Vegas at 6. George Knapp did a story about the strange humming noise in Pahrump. People in Pahrump can't find the source of the hum. Could it be from your radio station? No, it's not on the air yet. Or could it be something going on in Dreamland? Anyway, in case you hadn't seen it, I thought you'd like to know. Well, no, I didn't see it. Yes, I certainly do know about the Pahrump hum. As I've said on this program before, I've got a very good friend who lives across town, works at the test site, and he lives over on the other side of town. I guess I better not say, but the other side of town, and he built a porch. And in doing so, he sunk some 2x4s, or bigger, into the ground, and when he did, he got so much hum that he couldn't sleep at night. This is no joke. He ended up removing that porch because he could not sleep at night. So there you've got it. A little bit of an update on a sort of a weird thing going on out here where I am. Now, I got a fax tonight that you've got to hear. This is incredible. Maybe somebody out there can help out with this. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Manastash Ridge. That's Manastash, Manastash Ridge. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we have been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anybody can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we've put a steel door on top to keep anybody from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is that I noticed that the hole never filled up. So I got curious, actually obsessed. I began trying to measure the depth of the hole. So I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament, trying to determine the depth. Soon, I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife that's 80,000 feet, folks. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole. As far as I can tell, there's nothing else particularly strange about the hole except for 2 other things. 1, dogs refuse to get within about 100 feet of it. Birds will not sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into it. None. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator and never heard it hit bottom. No crash, no splash, no crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements so far, is the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel, and I've got his last name here. Thank you, Art Bell, and listeners. And I thought you would enjoy hearing about that. I sure did. Perusing the mainstream news a little bit, Kenneth Starr now says he's going to stay and finish. There were a bunch of people out there saying that Kenneth Starr had conducted 2 mock trials of the Clintons. That's now said to have been a rubbish story. Prosecutors are vowing to seek the death penalty in the case of Lawrence Singleton, now accused of killing a prostitute. And I guess the best you can say there is better late than never. Should have done that first time around. There should have never been a case of Lawrence Singleton involved in the justice system after the first time. He should have been gone forever, and you and I both know it. Airline accidents rose last year. National Transportation Safety Board saying that passenger deaths and major accidents rose last year. 380 people dead. But, you know, that's from crashes, and they didn't say how many died from just getting sick on airplanes. I'm telling you, I'm going to do it. I'm going to find the right person. I'm going to do a program on that. I'm so angry about that, I could scream. If I was any better, I would scream. Here's the facts. Lately, it seems, I get sick a few days after beginning a trip. Or a few days after returning, Art. If I get sick as a result of the outbound portion, the trip is seriously disrupted. In either case, I lose several days' productivity. The prevalence of non-refundable tickets has undoubtedly increased the number of infectious sick people on airliners. Considering how many people get sick from diseases they contract in poorly ventilated airliner cabins, I would suspect many more are killed by poor ventilation than are killed in airline crashes. Right on the money, my friend. Right on the money. You see, in the days when they used to allow smoking on aircraft, remember those days long ago? They had to bring in a lot of outside air in order to take care of the smoke problem. Now, once they stopped the smoking, they began more recirculating, and the germs go round and round. And that's how I got sick. No question about it. You could count back the day I began to get sick from, it was just the right germination period from when I'd been on the airliner coming back from Mexico. Our friends in Chicago are underwater nearly. The weather across the U.S. is utterly, absolutely bizarre. Buffalo, New York, yesterday, 70 degrees. Chicago with a couple of inches of rain, boom like that. The South with ugly, violent weather. Something's changing. Former heavyweight boxing champ Riddick Bowe, in and out of the U.S. Marine Corps, measured in days, hours really. And I think the Marine Corps is not necessarily for millionaires who are used to being pampered and having whatever they want. I'm sure he got down to Parris Island and found out you don't get whatever you want when you're in basic training in the Marine Corps, and so he didn't last very long. That was generally predictable, wasn't it? Well, I've got a lot more because it has been adding up. There has been another response from the person who calls himself priest. We're going to get that up on the webpage and keep you informed as it comes along. So, open lines, Friday night, Saturday morning. Anything you cats want to talk about is fair game. I'm trying to be fair now to Major Ed Dames. I have got a definitive result on the Philip Taylor Kramer case, and I'm really trying to get hold of Kathy Kramer. So, Kathy, if you're out there, call me. Somehow I lost Kathy's number, and I've got to talk to Kathy before I make public what Ed Dames has reported. At any rate, he will be going on the air with us March 6th, and we'll get it resolved between now and then, hopefully long before. All right, to the lines, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you?
Well, sick.
Oh, this is not Mr. Bell?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I want to ask you something
All right.
your previous guest. I'm a first-time caller.
Yes, sure.
I don't know if you've ever heard this story that has been on all the news last month, and they did a sighting show on it about these children that had, I think it was England, that they had seen this UFO. There was over 28 little kids, elementary, and they went out and interviewed them. I saw it. I've seen it twice on TV.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
And the thing I want to comment and ask you, Mr. Bell, is every one of these children was taken in separately and they told the same story, that the alien beings, they described them, they all saw them. The alien beings told every child that unless we stopped what we were doing on this planet, we were going to destroy it, and they wanted the message to be given to the children. I don't know who the alien beings expected the children to do anything about it, but many, many researchers and scientists and government people went down and interviewed these kids, and then that's the last you've heard of it.
Right.
But it was on every show. And the other thing you said with your guest that came across, if people will just put their common thinking helmets on and wonder, it was over how many years ago when they landed on the moon, Mr. Bell, our astronauts?
Long time ago.
Oh, give me an approximate time.
30 years.
That's what I was going to guess. Okay, and common sense just has made me wonder, like many people, it just totally stopped. They have regressed rather than progressed.
Well, I've always wondered about that myself. Thank you. It just stopped. And that is something to wonder about. And there are a lot of arguments that can be made that suggest that, well, yes, we went several times. We didn't find anything more than rocks. Now, that is certainly one scenario worthy of serious consideration. Well, we didn't find anything. So, naturally, we stopped. We could no longer justify the use of that kind of money without getting significant return of some sort for going to the moon or on to Mars or whatever. Or you can imagine, you can imagine there were other reasons that we stopped. I think you can give equal weight to both scenarios. Stephen Greer, Dr. Greer, a very, very articulate guest on this subject, and I think there's going to be this is going to be a very interesting spring, this coming spring, isn't it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art, this is Martin in Oceanside, and I was wondering if you've ever talked with Dr. Jack Kasher, who reviewed the STS-48 footage.
Well, I've talked to a lot of people about STS-48. But not that doctor. What does he say?
They've had him on sightings and a couple other programs, and apparently, from what I can get from the report, it was NASA itself who got him. He was a physics professor at Nevada University, I believe, or University of Nevada, and he tried to prove it to be ice crystals, but there was no way he could do it.
Mm-hmm.
And some NASA officials at press conference even said that we are confident that he would prove it to be ice crystals, but he's talked quite a bit about it. And
I've got a report for you that you might find interesting.
What is it?
The following. Hey, Art, I don't know if you've already heard it, but one of the shuttle astronauts said they got a great view of Hale-Bopp this morning. This was prior to landing. And it looked like it had two tails. If you check out this page and then listen to the audio, you'll probably hear it for yourself. I caught a NASA news brief at 9:30 yesterday morning. Maybe they'll have it on every half hour. So apparently, without the atmosphere to look through, the astronauts got a good look at the comet, and it looked like it had two tails, and that was apparently radio traffic that passed between the shuttle and ground. Interesting, eh?
What time can we see it now on the, let's see, I'm at the West Coast, so if I took binoculars out...
About an hour prior to sunrise in the eastern sky.
Okay, good.
And I guess she's about 20 degrees above the horizon now, almost far enough for me to see. I've got a mountain range to the east, and I'm waiting for it to either get high enough or shift to the western horizon. So I've been desperately trying to see Hellbop without any luck yet. I know a lot of you have seen it, though.
And I'm glad you're alive.
Oh, me too. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of rumors going around that I was dead. Still getting calls from affiliates saying, "Is Hart alive? We've heard he's dead. You should see the messages going around on the internet." Sorry to disappoint those who would be preparing to have a party. No, I'm not dead. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. I was calling about that hole that you mentioned.
Yeah,
What
isn't
city was
that...
in?
I beg pardon?
The hole you talked about?
Yes.
What city was that from?
Well, let me see here. I live, he says, in rural eastern Washington near the Manastash Ridge. Manastash
And
Ridge.
about how deep is it?
Well, so far he's got 80,000 feet of monofilament hanging down without having hit bottom.
Right. I don't know if you recall me during your predictions, but I did an off-the-cuff prediction that said, off the record, because I gave you one, and then I said there's going to be a hole discovered.
You did?
I did. I have it on tape. That's why I wanted you to repeat all this information.
You have it on tape?
I sure do.
You have the tape there with you?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'll tell you what. I've got a break coming up.
Okay.
Cue up your tape.
Okay.
I'm putting you on hold.
Thank you.
All right?
Sure.
I've got to hear. I don't offhand remember it, but there's nothing like Memorex, huh? So we'll see if he really made that prediction coming up next. If so, right on target. We'll be right back. All right. Well, I think I've ripped my lip apart. God. I've got a caller sitting on hold. Caller, are you there?
I sure am.
Go ahead. Now, you've got a tape, right?
Right.
You predicted that a hole would be found in the earth.
Yes. The year prior, so what you're going to hear on tape is dovetailing from my first prediction from the year before.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I made another prediction, but that's not on here. Then I said, off the record, I wanted to give you that other one about the hole.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
From last year was a swarm of air troubles. Yeah. Oh. Ding, 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 ding. You're absolutely right, sir. You certainly hit that one on the head. Well, it was a toss-up, so that one I think you could record, but my other thing was I also see like a hole in the earth somewhere, like a undiscovered cave or something like that. Really? It's just off the record. A portal, possibly, to the world below. But hey,
wow.
By the way, did you hear about the Indonesia?
There you go.
Wow. Ding, 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 ding. Oh,
I wish I recorded that one.
Good, very good, sir.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that. Well, all right, there it is.
And since we didn't record that officially, I wanted to...
I have got to interview this guy. What do you think about this? I mean, this does sound pretty weird, huh?
Well, sure.
I think I ripped part of my lip off. Oh, man. All right, sir, thank you very much.
Good talking to you.
Right, take care. I did. In my panic, I ripped part of my lip off. That's really pathetic. Dear Art, concerning the facts you received regarding the bottomless hole, if this is a true story, then Mel is an idiot. That's not fair. I can't imagine thinking it was appropriate to throw things like a refrigerator down holes that they thought led to their groundwater supply. If the hole really is 80,000 feet deep, then I would imagine there is a university nearby that would love to study it. True? Troy and Sacramento. God, a piece of my lip is gone. I've got this all over my hands now. This really, really sucks. This is the worst super glue incident that I've ever had, and I've had many in my lifetime. See, I was in a hurry because we're in the break. Unbelievable. Now I'll get to sit here and pick this off for the rest of the program. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. Let me kill the radio here real quick.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry about your lip incident there.
Well, you know what happened? It flowed all over my fingers, and I thought that was, it almost dries instantly, but it wasn't dry, and so I put it up to start to pick it off, the way you do?
Uh-huh.
And instead, it flowed right over my lip. And then I closed my lip, and the rest you can imagine.
Neat trick for a talk show host.
Yeah, really.
This is Smoker Dave in Mesa.
Yeah.
And hello to everybody at work. I'm kind of amazed that you can't see hail pop above the mountain range yet.
But I've got a 5,500-foot mountain between Pahrump and Las Vegas directly east of me.
Because I've been even able to point it out to my boss at work, from where I work at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. We can see it, even in city lights here.
Well, I envy you.
And I'm going out in about a couple hours here with my 4.5-inch Meade telescope.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been getting better with that?
Well, not yet.
Have you found Polaris with it yet?
I found the moon. Give me a break. That's all I found is the moon.
So the first time I took it out, I got Polaris, and then I got Mars, and tonight will be the second time I'm taking it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go out and try to get hail bop on it here in a couple hours.
Well, if it doesn't get high enough, as I say, I've got this big mountain range. And what do you estimate hail bop to be above the horizon now? About 20 degrees at best?
Yeah, it's about 20 degrees. And actually, you can still see it. I mean, here with the city lights, we can only see the very brightest stars. And you just look for a bright star that looks fuzzy.
All right. Yes, I've got you. Thank you very much. And then I would assume once you get a telescope on it, that you can see a very definitive tail. I'm jealous. As I say, I've got this large mountain range that rises directly to the east of me, and eventually, of course, it's going to move to the west, and then I'll have it made. But I'm jealous. Jealous. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, this is Mike from Dubuque.
Hello, Mike.
Last time I called you was a week ago today when you were talking to JC.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun, wasn't it?
Very different, yes. Typical of what we do on this show, different.
I wanted to ask you if you could do me a favor.
What do you have in mind?
I caught part of a show quite a while ago that you did on Bigfoot, and you had a Bigfoot yell.
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Can you play that for me?
Well, it's pretty scary stuff.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I have a friend that goes to school in the University of Wisconsin in Madison.
Yeah.
And he is, I'm not exactly sure what he does, but his specialty, he's doing his master's thesis in animal, I guess you call it languages.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out exactly how much animals have the ability to communicate.
All right. Here is the first one. This is only so-so. It's good, but not great. Now that sounds to me more like the victim of a proctologist,
Yeah, that wasn't the one that I heard.
That's right. The other one that I have is a very, very serious Yeti yell, and I have had experts on the air.
Okay.
Experts on the Yeti who have heard this and say, yes, oh yes, that is genuine.
Okay.
A number of people have studied. So here comes the genuine Yeti yell, and nobody would ever want to hear this in the dead, dark night in the middle of a forest. Here it is. Well, there it is. What does that say to you?
Well, I was wondering, I'm recording this right now.
Well, what does that say to you? When you hear that, what does that say to you?
Don't come any closer and go as far away as possible.
At least that, huh?
But he was, and hopefully when this tape comes out, it'll be good enough. But recording off the radio doesn't give you a very good copy.
That's true.
Even on the digital tape
if you have a computer, I think they've got a sound clip of that up on the website.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That would probably be all I need, because it can be. It needed to be digital, so he can break it down.
I see.
So he can, do whatever they do to animal cries.
All right. Well, I'll look forward to your report. Get back to us.
I will.
All right. Take care, my friend. Actually, a little piece of my lip in the ashtray here. God, it hurts. I've got this stuff all over me now. Stinking super glue. It doesn't have to be like water. I've had this other super glue that's a little bit better. It's super glue gel or something, but it's still bad, and it still grows on you. But this stuff, this is like water. I mean, this just flowed over me like turning on a spigot. Now I've got to wait for my lip to heal. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Milt from Como Country up here in Seattle.
Yes, sir.
About 3 or 4 weeks ago, you had a fellow on from back east someplace that had a machine that cleansed the blood, and he was talking about curing cancer.
Oh, that was Wayne Green.
Wayne Green.
Yeah.
And is there some way that I can get I didn't have a chance to write down his address or phone number.
Well, I don't have it offhand, but what I would recommend is getting a copy of the program.
Do I need to know what day he was on?
No, just the last Wayne Green program we did.
Yeah, I have a very dear friend that has lupus, and that was one of the things he said he'd had some success with. So we're kind of interested in seeing what he has to offer there.
Been tempted to try it myself lately.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess you got from the plane trip, huh? That's
I'm so angry. I'm so angry about that.
Yeah, well, the same thing happens to me every time I go on a trip. I get sick.
What a price to pay for a vacation,
Really.
Few days of vacation and an equal number of days flat on my back, sick as a dog.
Yeah, there's a lot of tough bugs going around.
And now on top of everything else, I mean, when it rains, it pours. I've ripped my lip.
Yeah, I heard you super glued it, huh?
I did, yeah, during the break.
Well, that stuff dries awful quick. I've glued my fingers together before.
I appreciate the call, sir. It was a natural reaction. I just put my, you want to get it when it's just dried, before it really sinks in, right? And I had a couple of fingers here about glued together, so I put it up to my mouth to try and pull it off in moss. And that's when it flowed across my lip. Bad move for a talk show host. I'm going to be interviewing somebody next week, I believe, named Emily Lau. Emily is an elected Hong Kong representative, and she's going to talk to us, I believe, Monday. Now, it's tentative, all right, because we're talking about a connection to the other side of the world, something we can do. And she's really sticking her neck out because I think Emily's liable to end up in jail, and I've talked to my source about this very carefully, thoroughly. But she wants to go on the air. She wants to talk about this. She is an elected representative of what is left of the Hong Kong government now prior to the takeover in July. So we are going to talk to Emily. I think at great risk to her physical self. But it's her choice. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. Where are you?
I'm in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada.
Yes, sir.
It's been nearly 2 years now since you last had Gordon Michael Scallion on, and we're getting close to the time where these major earth changes are supposed to be taking place. Do you plan to have him on?
I've got a message in to Gordon Michael Scallion. I've not heard back from him. I know that he has been flat out of touch with the media. So when I hear from him, if I can get him on the air, I will.
Okay, one more question, quick question.
Sure.
I'm thinking of investing in a satellite dish network. Yep. And I heard you once say that you may be going on there where we can...
we may, yes.
Get your entire program. Is that still in the works?
Still in the works, yes. The Dish I love Dish, by the way. I've got it here, and I'm in love with it. And yes, the deal is still in the works. No, it is not yet complete. When it is, again, I'll let you know immediately. But very much in the works.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, sir. Take care. I guess they can buy it up there in Canada, huh? You should see how much myself I have glued. That was really dumb. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I feel so bad about your poor lip.
Oh, man. What a way to go, you know?
I think I have a solution for you. Baby oil.
Baby oil?
Yeah. Yeah. If you put it on the super glue that's dried, it should help to take it off.
Well, it's a little late for my lip.
I'm sorry about
In other words, there's actually a portion of my lip. Actually, well, I can see it here in my ashtray.
That's really gross.
It is gross, isn't it?
Anyway,
it was an emergency. I mean, you're on a break. You come back, and you're sitting here mumbling because part of your lip is glued together.
I know.
Got two choices.
Mercury must be retrograde or something.
Oh.
Anyway, good luck to you.
It's a full moon, too, isn't it?
Glad you're feeling better.
Well, that's, thank you.
You're welcome.
See you later. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Cynthia from San Diego.
Hello, Cynthia.
I have been trying to get a hold of you for so long.
Well, here you are.
Yes, I am. I have a few things I've been wanting to tell you about.
Okay.
First thing is, I got to visit CBC a few weeks ago.
You did?
Yes, I was up in Medford, Oregon, with my family on some family business.
I've heard they've got a sign out there.
Yep, I took a picture and everything.
You did? Well, I've never been up there. Can you imagine that?
I have relatives that live up there.
It says something about Home of the Art Bell program show or something?
Yes, it's a big, huge sign, and it's on the middle of a street. It's in not a very big place.
Right.
And there it is, and it's in they have the offices in 3 little homes, like craftsman-style houses.
Right.
And they have 5 cats on the premises.
Yeah, that's right. They're cat people up there.
Yes.
And they've been slowly buying out the block, as they expand.
Yes.
I think they'll own the whole block soon.
Yes. The other thing is, did you receive a package in the mail from, with a CD in it today, maybe yesterday, from a band called Savior Machine?
No, but we're going to go back up to the post office in the morning, so I imagine it's waiting up there.
Yes. Well, Ed and I, we sent it to you on behalf of a friend of ours.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's basically, we call it the soundtrack to the end of the world.
Soundtrack to the end of the world?
Yes, it's kind of like music for the quickening.
Wow.
Yes. We hope you'll find it very interesting.
All right. Maybe I'll play some. You never know.
Yes.
I'll look for it tomorrow.
It's very well done.
Thank you, dear.
Can I say one more thing?
One more thing.
Okay, we saw Mars Attacks not too long ago.
Yeah.
And did anybody ever tell you that you're parodied in it?
No.
You are.
Where?
I'm serious.
Where?
There's a character in there. He's kind of a wheelin' dealin' Vegas guy.
Oh,
and I was, he's played by Jack Nicholson, who also plays the president in the movie.
Yeah.
And I was looking at him, and he has your mustache. And then I was paying attention to it a lot more as the movie went on. And later on, they had him wearing this shirt that was pretty wild, and it had UFOs and planets and stuff all over it.
Yep.
And and then at the very, very end, I was looking at the credits, and I noticed that they kept calling him Art throughout the entire movie. That he was until he. And then at the very end, the credits said his name was Art Land.
Really?
So Vegas is Artland. Isn't that great?
Humorous, yes. I've heard a very great deal about that movie. All right.
Now you really have to see it.
All right, thank you. Yes, you're right. I really have to see it. Look, we're going to Alaska. It's filling fast. If you want to come to Alaska with us, and we're going on the definitive real Alaskan cruise, really going into the interior of Alaska. You want to see the real Alaska, you come along on this one, folks.
But if the guy has credentials and he did work for NSA and this and that, it warrants further study.
Well, he did work for the government remote viewing program. He did.
No, I understand, but I'm saying I as a citizen, I listen to you. I don't know if that's true or not, but I believe it to be true. You know what I'm saying? I don't doubt it. But
so obviously, I mean, they're not going to send any sort of enforcement folks over there based on what you've said, right?
No, but I was going to contact the people at Shea itself. But,
well, look, why not just do as I said and go to Curtis, and he and his gang of green hats or whatever they are will go over there and
Well, I think he would have a more hostile view than the detective that answered the phone. But anyhow, it's nice to speak with you. I work midnights, and you really make my night go by. So I thank you much for taking the call, and I'm shocked that I'm speaking to you, really. It's a pleasure.
Well, I'm glad you called. Thank you.
Okay.
New York City, WABC. I've got those jingles, you know. That was sort of a lifelong dream of mine, to get WABC's old jingle package. And I grew up with that. I grew up with that. Cousin Brucey, WABC, boy, I grew up with that. And no matter where I moved around the northeast part of the country, the WABC was always there, because they've got a signal that's everywhere in the Northeast and beyond. All right, this is Coast to Coast AM, doing not much of anything, and we'll be right back to do some more of it. How long does it take for a piece of a lip to grow back? People are writing me saying, put acetone on it, put acetone on it. It's an open wound. Putting acetone on it now. Besides, what was there is gone. Along with part of my lip, I told you, it's in the ashtray. Sitting right there looking, as that lady said, quite gross. When it rains, it pours. Well, I believe as a talk show host, I now probably had it all happen to me. This is perhaps one of the largest atrocities that I've ever committed upon myself yet. Hey, Art, if, like the man in eastern Washington, I had a deep hole in my backyard, I'm afraid curiosity would get the better of me, and here's what I'd do. After building a platform to work from, I'd mount a good telescope like the one you have. Thank you. Then with a good quality mirror, I would reflect sunlight down the hole to see exactly what was there using the telescope. Well, that's not a bad idea, but I mean, he's got 80,000 feet of monofilament down there so far. And I'm not sure reflected light would do the job. Maybe a laser. I don't know. Hey, Art, do you think JC was behind this lip job? No, it was me. It's my own stupidity. It wasn't JC. That's Nathan in Bristol, Tennessee. I'm sure he might have wished it on me. Well, I'm going to be picking this off for the rest of the weekend. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, let me turn that off.
Yep, turn that off.
Art,
Yes.
Four things first. When you played that Yeti out,
Yes.
my 3 cats just went nuts.
Oh, I know. They don't like it.
Number 2, JC, keep up the good work. These guys, I think they're so comical. I receive so much entertainment from them. I grew up with Jim and Tammy Baker.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah, it's just hilarious.
I used to watch Jim and Tammy.
Makes 2 of us.
Really?
Well, for that matter, my family, too. It was just comical.
Yeah, it was.
But then again, I'm also a Calvinist.
Tammy was a lot of fun, too. What's a Calvinist?
John Calvin?
Yeah.
In the Great Reformation, back with Martin Luther.
Oh, yes.
I was reared in that type of church.
Uh-huh.
Number 3, with your guest. I, too, have seen things up in the sky that I have no knowledge of what they are, but, yeah, somewhat mysterious. What bothers me is he would not name those people that are willing to go public.
Well, he is willing to do that at the appropriate time. Now, but to do that ahead of time would put them in danger. And
you think so? Why?
Yeah, because he wants them all to come out at once. He's going to do that this spring. Weren't you listening?
Oh, yeah, I was listening, and that's what bothers me. I mean, there's so many outlets. I guess it's the onslaught that I find troublesome. So many people at one time.
Well, I think, though, he's right. Thank you for the call. Safety in numbers. I think Dr. Greer is exactly right. Safety in numbers. I would not expect him to name people willy-nilly tonight in the interview. I think that would be very irresponsible. If you listen carefully to what his objective was, it is to get a lot of people of great character who are vetted, who can go before congressional sources under sworn conditions and give testimony and break this whole thing open. No, I think he's on exactly the right track. Exactly the right track. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Wait, let me turn my radio on.
Yeah, turn it off and get good and close to the phone. Yell at us because you're not too loud.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry about your lip.
Yeah.
Were you thinking about that Sealed with a Kiss record?
Sealed with a Kiss.
Is
Nobody would kiss me right now. Lips do grow back, right?
Excuse me?
I said lips grow back, right?
Yes, hopefully. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I really enjoy your program. I just got the Beijing radio.
Oh, you got the Beijing?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Tell everybody, is it or is it not absolutely amazing?
It is great. I'll tell you. I've got a couple of other shortwave radios in that price range.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't hold a candle to this, Art.
I know. It is the most amazing radio.
And I also have, of course, the crank. It takes I get about 30 minutes. And also I have the solar power pack.
They do sell it. You don't need it, but it's kind of neat. I mean, you can, have you tried it yet? You can put that solar pack under a light bulb.
Yeah, right now I'm charging it up. About an hour from now, I'm still going to listen to your show, and I'll email you as to how it is.
Yeah, but what I was telling everybody is you can actually run that radio directly off no more light than comes from like a 100-watt bulb.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. All right, sir, I appreciate the call. Thank you. If you want to get one of the Beijing radios before they're gone, it's 1-800-522-8863. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, Art?
Yes.
When you had Whitney Grieber on, he said that the asteroid crossed the Earth's path about 270,000 miles.
That's right.
Well, in Strange Universe, they had they showed a guy in California took a picture of a asteroid going through the atmosphere, and it was only about 80 miles high.
That's right. It's also on dark skies.
Yeah.
So yes, we've had, that's called a bullet graze.
Yeah, that just glanced off the atmosphere.
That's right.
Yeah, in Isaiah 24:20, it talks about the earth wobbling when one of these things hit. That the earth will wobble like a drunkard.
What would happen if the earth actually began to wobble?
I don't know, but
whatever, it wouldn't be good.
That's right.
I'm sure of that. I wonder if we'd all sort of start to jerk around.
I don't know what's going to happen with that.
Well, it wouldn't be good. All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. Latest on the website. A link to Dr. Greer's CSETI project up there right now. The second anonymous priest letter on the Hale-Bopp page. That's up on the front, too. I just received it. You read it, see what you think. Then I see Keith has put up there, rumors of Art's demise are greatly exaggerated. I should read that to you. Some really mean-spirited person put up my death notice. I'll get that and read it to you. I don't know who the hell did that, but do any of you out there happen to have it? I've got a copy in the other room somewhere, and I'll find it and read it to you. But, it was like a press release, and they put it up on the Internet. I bet one of you out there has it. If somebody has it, call me, and I'll let you read it. Otherwise, I'll try and find my copy. And so everybody's been calling me and saying, are you dead? And sending me email. That's another one. They've been sending me email. Are you dead? You know how I've been responding? Yes. I died on the 20th. It was very sad. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
Turn off thy radio.
Okay. Okay.
Click. There you go. Where are you?
Los Angeles.
That's a good place to be. What's on your mind?
Well, Art.
Yes.
Couple of things. Yeah. One, I wondered, with Stephen Greer, what makes him think that anybody will listen when they treated Richard Hoagland the way they did? When he had his press conference, the press wouldn't show up and stuff.
Yeah, it's not a reason not to try, though. And he's going to gather together some very heavy-duty people, government and private sector, and they're going to tell what they know.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's worth a try.
Yeah, it is. The other thing is I faxed you about Ed Dames.
Yes.
Appearing the other day at MUFON.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to that. And he was very evasive in answering questions about ETs and stuff, which I thought was interesting. And he said there was no such branch as MJ-12.
Well, Dr. Greer said, yes, there is, but it's not called MJ-12. And as he points out, what's in a name? MJ-12, magic, whatever it is the idea of what it is, not what it's called. Who cares what it's called? If there is a group that possesses this information, in effect, a government within a government, I'm not saying there is, this is what Dr. Greer said, then its name is not particularly important. Its existence certainly is. Speaking of Ed Dames, you should see what I've got here from the Electronic Telegraph. Headline, Japan milk fears as Australian anthrax spreads. Australia's worst anthrax outbreak for a century spread to sheep yesterday as authorities tried to reassure milk and beef customers in Asia that they were not in the middle of a, in quotes, mad cow type of crisis. The Deputy Prime Minister told Asian trading partners there was no threat to human health, as a large vaccination program was stepped up to cover 32,000 cattle and sheep in Victoria. So far, more than 130 cattle and at least one sheep have died since the outbreak was reported January 26th. Wow. Milk. Remember what Ed Dames had to say about milk? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art. This is Ed in San Diego.
Hello, Ed.
Your infamous board op at KFMB.
Yes, sir.
You know, they nickname me Bellboy now.
Really?
Yes. So my boss calls me.
Calls you Bellboy?
Uh-huh. Because I'm like your biggest fan down here as far as like station personnel.
Well, then that's an honor.
Yeah, I thought so too.
That's all right.
Anything? I was just hoping that I'm glad you're feeling better.
Oh my God! You know what I just noticed?
What?
I've got glue all over my nose too.
Oh, Art, quick! I was talking to your board op at CBC. Acetone, stuff like nail polish remover, is really good for debasing that stuff.
Oh man, it's all over my nose. I didn't even notice that before I was so worried about my lip. Oh, I really wiped myself out. I'm sorry. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I hope you can. That's what I was calling to let you know about some acetone-based stuff like nail polish remover.
Yeah, right.
That stuff is good for getting off that kind of glue base.
Well, if there's any glue left on my lip, I'm sure as hell not going to splash acetone on it. So,
I was more concerned. You said it was. I didn't know if it was still on your hand or not. So.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's all over.
Yeah. What a mess.
Oh.
Well, I hope your cats were keeping you company when you were sick. I know they're good.
You know what? They know when you're sick.
They certainly do.
And they come to you and they try and comfort you in their own little cat way.
They certainly do.
Yep.
They can be wonderful companions when you're ill.
Cats are very sensitive that way.
And I hope you'll get your cat page coming up soon on the web, because I'd love to send you some of our family, of our 14.
We'll probably do that. We'll probably put up a cat page. I think we will. That's a great idea. Thanks for reminding me.
Best to you, sir.
Take care. Bellboy, huh? Oh, man, I've got this all up and down one side of my nose. My nose is already sore, because I've been blowing it so often. When you're down, whoever it is who gets you down loves to kick you, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
How you doing? My name is Lou from Arkansas.
Well, hi, Lou.
I'd like to tell you about a little dream that I had a couple of years ago. It was I believe it's a prophetic dream. It might happen later on down the road, but I was in this, like a restaurant, and I thought I was having the meal of my life. I could just, like, everybody was waiting on me hand and foot. They'd do anything they wanted. They
like you were a king.
Yeah, you just say whatever you want. You know, your wish was their
Command.
greatest desire, right?
I got you, yes. Mm-hmm.
And then towards the end of the night, you know, I was in this line talking to all these people. Some of them were my old friends that I had in high school, you know, I hadn't seen for years, and I was just kind of wondering what was going on, you know, and I was kind of like just an observer, you know, and not really had much control of what was going on. And everybody was just having this good old time, you know. And then we were taken to this room, and we were all these lazy boys with these headphones, you know, and we were just like listening to this music, kicking back. And I asked these people, what were we doing here for? And they says, this one guy says, you don't know why you're doing here for? And he goes, this is the government-sponsored suicide chamber.
So in other words, that was your last meal.
Yeah, you were encouraged. See, the world was so bleak because of everything that was going on, you know, all the famine and the plagues on the earth.
So in other words, they give you a great last meal, they put you in a lazy boy, they put some good stereo headphones on, and then...
you get gassed and you just go
and then
sleep.
You get gassed,
And well, this gas started to come out, right?
Yeah.
And I said, wait a minute, I don't want to be here, right? And
yeah.
I went and knocked on the door, you know, before just as the gas started to come out. Let me out. And the person opened up the door, right?
Oh, really?
And he let me out, and he goes, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here, right? And then he just let me out. I was like, he didn't make you stay there, right?
Well, see, that's the way it would not be in real life. The way it would be in real life is, let me out, the gas is coming, let me out, and slow fade to black. Because nobody would be let out. You've had your dinner. You've had your time on the lazy boy and the music. And now, it's good night. That's the way it'd be in real life. In dreams, you wake up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, how are you doing?
If you've been listening, why do you even ask? I've got a cold. I'm all congested. I glued my lip together. My nose is glued. I've got glue on my hands. Otherwise, it's a great day, sir.
Well, I was just going to say, I missed you the last couple of days. I'm working nights, and
Because I've been sick.
Right. I knew that. As a matter of fact, on your chat line, they were saying they thought you were dead.
I know.
Anyway,
I'm going to have some... Oh, I got to go try to find that press release. Somebody issued a press release saying I'm dead. Now, is that the pits or what?
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
An actual press release?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I know.
Anyway, I was just going to comment. I was listening to your speaker tonight, and or your speaker.
Dr. Stephen Greer.
Right. And I really enjoyed that, and this goes along with a lot of the stuff you get in the obscure press about hearing all sorts of facts regarding Project Blue Book and the cover-up of that. And
Listen, can you hold on through the break?
Sure.
All right, good. Stand by. See if I can go find that press release, and I'll read it to you. Not too many people ever get to do that, do they? Here, let me read this to you, all right? Subject, Art Bell has passed away for immediate release. Pahrump, Nevada. Radio talk show host Arthur Bell, known to his fans as Art Bell, was pronounced dead at 5:30 a.m. Pacific Time on Thursday, February 20th, 1997. He was 51 years of age. At approximately 4:24 a.m. Pacific Time Thursday, February 20th, 1997, Art Bell suffered massive chest pain shortly after going off the air and was immediately taken to the Pahrump Medical Center at 1330 Highway 160, only 10 minutes from his home. The cause of death has tentatively been determined to be cardiac arrest, pending further investigation. Attending doctors worked on him for almost an hour before he was pronounced dead. He is survived by his widow Ramona and his teenage son, Arthur Bell Jr. Art Bell began his career in radio at age 11 using a ham radio setup and continued his interest in ham radio up until the end of his life. His interest in ham radio was spurred by his father, a World War II veteran. Art Bell's autobiography, The Art of Talk, gives a full detailing of his life in radio as well as his interest in the paranormal and the NASA space program. Art Bell hosted 2 shows, Coast to Coast broadcast live, weeknights, at 11 p.m. Pacific and 2 a.m. Eastern for 5 hours, and Dreamland broadcast live Sunday nights, 7 p.m. Pacific, or 10 Eastern for 3 hours. Coast to Coast and Dreamland programs were also available on C-band satellite, Satcom 1, Old F1, Transponder 5, 5.8 wideband audio. Both Dreamland and Coast to Coast were carried by stations all over the world. And that's it. Now, it's no wonder people thought I was dead. Doesn't that sound realistic to you, caller? You're back on the air.
Hi there.
Hi.
Boy, I never thought the dead guy before.
Well,
I'm a paramedic by trade.
This is a big opportunity for you then. Do you have any questions?
Well, what I was talking before the break there, I've been interested in this stuff ever since I was a kid. I grew up in southern Illinois, and you probably remember the stories of the Missouri Monster.
Oh, sure.
And that tied in with UFOs and their sightings. I remember, every day my mom and I would turn on the local radio station to hear what happened the night before. Dogs being carried off in the mouth of these monsters. And,
yep.
But anyway, I don't know how I was going to tie that in other than I would just like to see some sort of resolution to all this now, and it sounds like it's not too far in the coming.
Well, I certainly agree with that. And I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Dave calling from the East Bay area in California.
Hi, Dave. You're going to have to speak up good and loud for us.
Okay, I'll try to do that. Hey, listen, I got to tell you that your disclosure of gluing yourself over the radio has caused me some major grief here.
Why?
Well, I was in bed with the headsets on, listening to your program, and I started convulsing in laughter.
Oh, you thought it was funny?
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. So, maybe it's...
Well, maybe at a distance it's funny, but it wasn't so funny here.
I understand, but it was quite humorous to me.
Well...
And here I was chuckling in bed, and my wife wakes up. She thinks I'm having a coronary.
Huh.
Now, when she finds out I'm listening to your radio program, she smacks me. Now I'm injured.
Oh. Well, I hope she hit you hard. Where'd you get it?
Huh?
Where'd she smack you?
She smacked me on the face.
Good.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like you now.
Tell her thank you.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
In any case, a quick calculation. Our friend that called from Washington about the hole.
Oh, yeah.
That's over 15 miles deep.
You got it.
Can you believe that?
Well, I don't know if I can believe it or not. It's a very intriguing letter. There's no question about it.
Certainly is. I think it requires some further investigation.
I absolutely agree with you. Look, I'll tell you something. I've got the guy's phone number here.
No kidding.
Yep. So...
Yeah, well, that needs a call back for sure.
I agree with you.
Hey, listen, another thing here, too. I never really stopped to think that all these meteorites and asteroids and space junk and satellites that re-enter the atmosphere that spark up our sky.
Yeah.
I never stopped to think that these are alien space vehicles that we're shooting out of the sky with a new high-tech weapon.
It's entirely possible. And as a matter of fact, that's what Dr. Greer said. Yeah, this is really an intriguing letter. I would like to talk to Mel. Mel, if you're out there, how about giving me a call, Mel? Huh? I don't think I want to call Mel at this time of the morning. But obviously I'll follow up on this. So, Mel, if you're out there, would you call me? Let me see. What line would be good for Mel to call in on? How about my first-time caller line? Would everybody else be willing to hold up and see if Mel can get through? Mel is the guy with the hole in the ground. This is a remarkable, remarkable story. Sounds possible. So, Mel, if you're out there, call me at the following number now. Area code 727-1222. 702-727-1222. Everybody else, hold off. I want to talk to Mel, the guy with the hole. And I think I'm going to reread that letter to you. It is absolutely remarkable. Mel only at that number. Casey's awake. I bet he is. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Manastash Ridge, wherever that is. M-A-N-A-S-T-A-S-H. Manastash Ridge. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash in the hole. Apparently the hole has been there as long as anybody can remember. At first I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. That's a pretty good-sized hole. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we put a steel door on top to keep anybody from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the, in quotes, well for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is that I noticed the hole never filled up. So I got curious, actually obsessed. I began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament line trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far I have sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole. As far as I can tell, there is nothing else particularly strange about the hole except for 2 other things. 1, dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds will not sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another very strange thing is there is no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed an old refrigerator in, and never heard it hit bottom. No crash, no splash, no crunch. I hope your listeners might be able to help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements so far, is the deepest hole on Earth. Thanks, Art Bell and listeners. Signed, Mel, and I won't give his last name. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Art, I have to apologize.
Art, you're not Mel?
I am Mel.
You are Mel.
I put that thing on the news group Fan Art Bell.
You did?
I was
all right, if you're really Mel, there's a way you can prove it.
How's that?
What are the last 2 numbers of the number you sent me?
I don't know.
Then you're lying.
I'm not Mel.
You're lying. Your pants are on fire.
I am.
Goodbye. See? You're not Mel. Didn't think I had a way to test you, did I? Twit, you're probably the kind of guy who wrote my death notice. Idiot. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I can't believe I'm the first caller that talked about Dr. Greer.
You're not.
Well, that's true. But the thing that I can't understand is, according to his protocol, if 2 ambulances pulled up at his emergency room bay at the same time, and in one was Mother Teresa, and she was in the advanced stages of pneumonia, and the other one was a child molester who had confessed his sins to a fellow inmate.
And a crack addict.
Right?
Let's add that. And a crack addict.
Make it as bad as you want, but he was stabbed.
Yeah.
They would treat him first. So, with all the stuff that he presented tonight, and he...
He laid out some pretty heavy stuff.
Well, yes, he did. And he's going after the heart of the beast.
Yep.
Then, what is their protocol? Why are they interested in us? Is it about the quickening? Is it about they want to save us? Is it about...
My guess is, yes, that it is related to what we're headed for if nothing changes. That's just my guess. This quickening business is real. It is, and finally, I have laid it down. Now, I'm going to say this again. I've written a book called The Quickening. Please do not call my publisher. You can't get it yet. So please don't call my publisher. They're being besieged up there right now. Just wait. I'll let you know when it's out. But I feel so strongly about this that this book just tore out of me. And it's going to be available soon. I will let you know. All right? I'll let you know. And it documents carefully what the quickening is. And so is it related to what's coming as a result of that? Yes, I believe probably so. I do believe that. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you're obviously not Mel, are you?
No, I am not. I am Marilyn, and good evening, Art. I am calling you to let you know about Egyptian magic with the...
Well, listen, I appreciate the call, but you're going to have to call on another line. This is the Mel line. I want to talk to Mel, the guy with the hole in the ground. So call me on another line. This is the Mel line. The only Mel call, area code 702-727-1222. Until I say otherwise, it's the Mel line. It's the guy with the hole in the ground. That wasn't Mel either. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, Art.
Hello.
Hey. Sorry about your glue incident.
Yeah, well.
Hey, this is Joe from Cleellum.
Where?
Washington.
Cleellum. Do you know where Manastash?
Yeah, it's pronounced Manastash.
Figures. Manastash,
it's about,
all right.
It's not too far, about 5 miles.
About 5 miles?
Yeah.
Oh, you're close to it then.
Yeah, well, I got a kind of a solution for this guy.
Have you ever heard rumors about this?
No, never.
All right.
But I got a solution, maybe, so he can get a better idea what's down there.
What?
Okay, you know, you can go to the hardware store and buy a hose reel that you wind up your garden hose on.
Sure.
Okay, that thing can hold a substantial amount of fishing line. So he wouldn't be stuck with using fishing reels to try to reel this up. And I don't know how he's winding 80,000 feet of line in. But...
Well, do you realize, look, at 5,280 feet per mile...
Yeah, I was calculating that up going, that's like, what, 16 miles?
That's a lot of, that's a whole lot of miles of, yeah.
40,000, that'd be about 8 miles. That's like 16. Anyway, I got an idea.
Miles,
this guy could put some stronger line on it using this big hose reel, like a fishing reel, and rig like a downrigger, like a pole and an eye, you know, so he could drop it over. Why doesn't he drop a video camera down there on the end of this line?
With a light. That's a cool idea.
Yeah.
That's a cool idea. I mean, 80,000 feet. We're talking journey to the center of the earth here. Or if not to the center of the earth, then certainly pretty far down.
Well, you could get, you know, quite a bit of line on
Now,
it.
he says this hole is, what, 9
foot, 9 inches.
That's big enough for a human being to be lowered.
Yeah, I just wondered. There's a lot of mines around here.
Oh, there are?
Yeah, a lot of old abandoned coal mines.
Yeah, but what miner would have... No miner would go that deep.
No, but it might have been connected to an air shaft. A ventilation shaft.
Huh.
There's some substantial stuff here. We got some pretty substantial phenomena stuff here in the mountains.
All right. Well, maybe we'll get to hear from Mel.
Yeah, we'll see if he's listening and see if he calls in.
All right.
Well, what he says about that hose reel idea.
Yeah, you know, holding it open for any single person is turning out to be almost impossible. And I've got the number here so I can check it out. I mean, if you're a false Mel, don't call. Some people call just to say stupid things. During the news break here, I'll answer that Mel-only line. All right, I'm not going to do it on the air because people are calling that number now just to get on the air and hear the sound of their own voice saying something dumb. So I'm not going to continue to answer. I'll answer it during the news break. Okay? That's going to be a Mel-only line during the news break. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Hello.
I guess you never do this, and you can't this morning give anybody any lip. This is Will, WTGY, Madison, Wisconsin.
I could mail you some lip.
I have a question recommendation for Dr. Greer.
What's
but
that?
first, please have a show on dirty, filthy airline filters.
I'm going to do it.
I've gotten sick a couple times.
I don't know about
in the head, I'll tell you it's bad.
It's not
My
their
question,
it's not their filters, Will. It's their recirculating air.
No, you're talking.
All right. Anyway, what is the question?
Yep. My question to the good doctor is, should he not do what we in Save the Baltic and Minority Tribes movement did? Namely, should his people one day show up at a UNESCO, United Nations Education Science Committee meeting hearing in some country held on a related subject, and all of them just begin testifying, keeping statements short to the point?
No, what happens to people who do that, Mel, is they get booted out of hearing rooms. No. That isn't the way to do it, Mel. The way to do it is to get the people lined up who are going to testify, approach and get hearings on the subject. Not in effect crashing somebody else's hearing. That'll get you thrown out on your ear, and then you'll complain that you're being silenced, and you're not. You shouldn't have been crashing the other hearing in the first place. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing? Are you familiar with the overturning of Pyramid Lake, the annual turning of Pyramid Lake?
No.
Well, once a year the lake turns over, and the bottom comes to the top. And
How does that happen?
I'm not sure. Well, bottom comes to the top. You can see it like annually, a couple weeks out of the year you can see this. And I'm from Reno myself, and I heard a story that someone drowned in Pyramid Lake, and they found their body in a sea in the Far East.
Well, you don't have to go that far away to get anomalies. There's a bunch of anomalies right there at Tahoe, you know.
Yeah, and I was wondering, there's a real distinct fish in Pyramid called the kiwi fish.
Yeah.
And it's found in Pyramid Lake, and it's found in a couple lakes. I think one in Africa and one in the Far East. And I was wondering if it's related, 'cause they found a body that I guess he drowned in Pyramid Lake, and they found the subject in a lake on the other side of the world.
Well, again, you don't have to go very far to talk about anomalies. Do you know that there is a creature in Tahoe?
Yes, my uncle
lives in Tahoe? I mean, do you know about that?
I've heard about that. My uncle has a little Cessna, and he flew over Tahoe one night, him and my cousin.
Yeah.
And they saw something swimming in the water. Something big.
Well, there have been a lot of disappearances up in the Reno area, and I'll tell you where those people are. They're at the bottom of Tahoe. In the muck. Where they're stored. Until it decides that it wants a snack. That's right. So, next time you go wading out into Tahoe, you think about that a little bit. I've known about the Tahoe creature for a long time. Well, my nose is starting to hurt now. Maybe I can't leave this stuff on here. This is, by any measure, the single worst superglue incident to ever occur. To me, certainly. I've had minor brushes with it before, but this is the worst. All right, we're going to pause here, and I'm going to go look for some acetone or something. Well, all right, I have got Mel on the line. No thanks to all the Mel imitators on the special Mel line. I finally picked up the phone during the newscast and called Mel's number, and he was just coming in. So I've got Mel on the line. Mel is the guy with the never-ending hole, and we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. I have read that fax now twice on the air, and I've got a lot of follow-up faxes. Here's one entitled, Yet Another Mystery Hole in Eastern Washington. Art, you'll love this. It was sent to me a couple of days ago by email, and it's all about another one on the Indian Reservation in Colville, where there is another mystery hole. Anyway, we'll get to that. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Mel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Mel, thank you for answering. What are you doing up at this time of the morning?
Well, after I sent the fax, I'm living in town here now because we had a couple of our buildings out there cave in after the big snows that we had out here last month.
Oh, yes.
And so thereby goes some of the construction debris into the hole. So,
all right. When did you discover this hole?
Well, the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now, and the hole has been there since we've been there. It's been there since the previous owner was there, and the previous owner there was quite elderly, and I'd say he was there for a good 30, 40 years before we moved in.
Wow.
And then
and so there's been a thing of throwing stuff down this hole for a long time.
It's been going on, for as long as the hole has been there, I assume.
When nobody knows that, I guess. All right. How do you pronounce the name of your town? Manastash?
Manastash.
Manastash.
Right.
That's right. Thank you.
Actually, I'm in, right now I'm in a little town called Ellensburg.
Oh, I know Ellensburg. All right.
You must know about a rodeo here then.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well, so, we've been there for several years, and, we just take all, we take all of our, trash, rubbish, anything we have that we have to get rid of, we take it, throw it in the hole. Everyone's throwing their stuff in the hole. The people from around there throw all the stuff in the hole. I mean, it's just been going on for a long time. Well, I got to thinking one day, how come this hole is not filling up? It must be an awfully deep hole.
That's a good thing to consider, sure, as you throw stuff in it for decades, literally.
And so, I used to be I would say pretty close to a professional shark fisherman. So I had a couple of huge fishing reels, went out there and started letting the line down. I figure after one...
Did you weight the line?
Oh, yeah. There's in fact, the original line is still down there. I've just been adding to the line and keeping track of how much line I have used. So I've not reeled it in.
How much weight is on it?
There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom of it.
1 pound weight, all right.
1 pound weight. It's a triangular 1 pound weight.
Okay.
And so that's at the bottom of it at first.
So in other words, it would go down kind of like a plumb bob.
Exactly. In fact, I have it rigged across the center of it there, and it goes straight down from the center there. And occasionally I try to move the line there, but when you're moving that much line, you really can't do a whole lot with it. But it seems to, there seems to be, it's not resting against anything at this point here, and it continues to go down freely. And so when I was out there earlier, I'd let out a little bit more line. And
so you actually went out there tonight after I read this?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not too bad out here right now. It's only about 25 degrees, so it's not too cold.
Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything?
Well, the normal thing to do is kind of like yell into it there, to see an echo, and I've never heard an echo come out of that thing.
No echo.
At all. That's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and I went back to the Suburban and hung out over there, so it was kind of, if I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just dig their feet in. They do not want to go anywhere near the hole. And so that's, I don't know. It's just...
Well, you've got miles and miles of,
Yeah, I think, I'm measuring it by feet. I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles that is. I assume it's a fair number of miles, though.
Well, 5,280 feet is a mile, so you really think you've got 80,000?
Yes, yeah, I get the line in 5,000 yard spools, and so I've gone through that many.
Well, you have got a hole then that goes, well, you can't say to the center of the earth, but you've got a hole that goes miles and miles and miles into the earth. I would think a university would be out there, boom, just like that.
Well, my wife does work for a local university here, and, we've been talking to them about it, and one of the things is they find it quite incredible that I've let that much line into the ground, but that's what I've been doing.
Have you ever thought of winding it all back up again?
Well, when I let out the first 1,500 yards of line, I reeled all of that back in.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know if I had hit water down there, because I thought that's a lot of feet.
You bet.
That's 4,500 feet of line. Did I hit water? So I did. What I did is I sent down a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers?
Yeah. So when it hits the water, the lifesavers will dissolve.
That's true. Oh, I see. So very smart. So
yeah, it's an old shark fisherman's trick. There, we used to send our bait out on a balloon attached to a roll of lifesavers, and the bait would go out into the ocean on the tide.
Yeah.
And then eventually the lifesavers would melt, and the bait would fall to the bottom. You couldn't cast a big old mackerel out there that far. So
that's amazing. So, what do you got any guesses?
I don't. I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the thing about it is the surface part of it's been very well cared for. I mean, someone built a very lovely wall around it. And
all right, tell me about the nature of the side of the walls. In other words, you must be able to look down far enough, at least, to examine the side of the walls.
Sure. It's stone for about 15 feet down.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's soil, dirt, and then further down rock. So, but I can only see to the extent of really powerful flashlight. I brought halogen lights out there to try to get a better look down there, but the visibility really isn't there. You cannot see much after a while. But it's it's a retaining wall. I'd say it's about a 3.5 foot retaining wall, and it goes down about 15 feet, and then it's...
Well, I'll tell you this much. No matter how powerful a light, and I was even thinking about a laser, when you're talking about 80,000 feet, forget it.
Well, they should have some technology that can give me an idea of how deep this thing is. I mean, obviously, the old fishing line method is only going to go so far.
What we need here is a volunteer. I'm serious. Somebody who would be willing to be lowered into this hole.
Well, I don't. To be honest with you, I don't even know if there's any air down that far. I mean,
I wouldn't know about that either.
Or what kind of pressures we're dealing with. These are things that are totally beyond my grasp in terms of knowledge about these things. But
do you own this property?
It's our property, yeah.
How long have you been working on this?
Well, we've been out there for a couple of years. I said about 4 years now, but this project here with letting down the line, that's only been since last summer here, and it was just I said, well, how come this thing isn't filling up?
Well, sure.
And I talked to the neighbors around there, which are when you're out there in the country, your neighbors are pretty far away, but they all know the hole out there.
They all know about it. So it's
because they all bring their trash out there.
So the local legend of the hole.
Yeah, this could be an apocryphal story, but one guy claims that he threw his departed canine down into the hole.
Oh, really?
And the story is the guy that did it swears the dog actually came back to him. And he was
really?
He was a hunt. The story is that he was a hunter, and he was out there hunting, and he saw the same dog. He had the same collar. He had the same little little metal thing on his collar there, and he said it was the same dog. And he says he knew he threw the dog into the hole. But that's not my dog. That's not my.
It's not your story, but it's a story of a resurrected dog.
Yeah. This is as you can well imagine, this is all Native American land around here, and so one of the lines of inquiries I'd like to make is is there anything about this hole in regards to the Native Americans? That's something I haven't really pursued right now. But
if you had a fatal disease, Mel, would you jump in the hole?
I would.
You would? Based on the dog story?
It is in my will.
What?
Should I meet my demise,
that you would be thrown in the hole,
disposed of into the well.
I'm not sure the health department would allow that.
Well, one of the things that I thought about later on is, what if this is like contaminating our water, And we've had I'm sure you do this out there in Pahrump too.
Well,
you have your water checked all the time.
Well, yeah, no personal offense to you, Mel, but if there was a possible contamination problem, I'm sure you're a clean guy.
Yeah.
But, as you deteriorated, you would possibly produce E. coli or something horrible in the local water supply.
Well, again, so far it hasn't.
If you weren't
there is,
resurrected.
I mean, the water around that area is absolutely pure water. It is,
And so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and trash, and nothing has polluted the water.
No, I mean, I can't speak for everything that's been thrown down there, but none of that has been showing up in the water that people draw from their wells. I mean, the water's as clean as it's ever been out there. I think we get water that comes off the Cascades or something.
Yeah.
It's just really great. It's really wonderful water.
Mel, you wouldn't be pulling my leg.
No, I'm not. And I'm one of the reasons that I went out to the property tonight, other than it just it's something that weighs heavily on my mind. I was afraid that after I sent the fax out, that there'd be people around there because it's...
Well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is.
Well, there aren't, as far as I could tell, too many big holes like that around, and so at least the people in my neck of the woods are familiar with it, and I kind of almost expected to see a small party of people.
Well, there may be. Now, I mean, come daylight, there may be. But remember, folks, this is private property. This is Mel's home.
It is posted, too.
Oh, it is. All right. Well, there you are. So without knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur, but there is going to be substantial curiosity about it now, Mel.
Well, I think I've, let you know as much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. I was mostly curious about the depth of it. I mean, how deep is the deepest hole anyone has ever found?
Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this.
I thought maybe this would be like Guinness World Book of Records type hole here. And as far as things I thought it would be like. Could have been like an old mine.
Well, now, here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth, Mel, that it gets hotter.
Ooh.
Right? So you would think that your fishing line with a weight on it at some point would melt or, something, but there's still weight on it, huh?
Yeah. The line is not moving freely. I mean, it still falls under its own weight.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's let some of the audience ask you questions.
Okay, I think I can do that.
All right, because I just might be missing something. Now, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's got the hole in Washington.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have any questions for Mel? Hello? Okay, well, I guess that guy gave up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you got a guess now?
I did. Well, I mean, sort of.
Oh, well, I was calling about something else.
All right. Well, thank you. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Mel.
Yes, Mel.
Oh, Mel. I wanted to talk to Art. I'm on the wrong line.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sorry. That's the 222 line.
1222 is first time caller line.
That's what I thought I was calling.
Well, that's what you got. But we're talking with Mel right now. He's the guy with the hole in Eastern Washington.
Okay. I just have something for Art.
All right.
Mel.
Well, call me back when we're in the open lines. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Dave in Milwaukee.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, I was listening to this. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I just wanted to let you know, I looked up in the encyclopedia, and the Marianas Trench, which is the deepest hole we know about.
That's in the ocean, right?
Right. Is 36,000 feet deep.
So this is... certainly over double that already.
Right. And it also says, under mining, that with current technology, we can only go down about 1,600 feet.
Wow. That's great. That is great.
So you've got something here that already qualifies for Guinness.
That is wonderful. Gosh, I like that. That's great. You said 1,600 feet?
That's what they said, yeah. 1,640 feet, it says, with current technology is about as deep as.
All right. Thank you very much for that information. So already we now learn that you may have a Guinness qualifying hole there, no question about it.
Gee.
But I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, I would think even if we just had somebody lowered past the 1,600-foot mark to see what's down there.
That would be cool, but it wouldn't be me.
You wouldn't do it?
I wouldn't go down and
At least not while you're still alive.
No, then I will, but I mean, for the time being, no.
I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
What if the rope broke?
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Mel?
Yeah, hi.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas, all right.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you would like somebody to be lowered down into the hole.
That's right.
I would be willing to do that.
See, there you go, sir, a volunteer.
We've got a volunteer.
I mean, obviously under certain conditions.
Like what?
Just a cage, for one.
A cage?
Yeah, just in the event that there's some kind of weird subterranean thing eating all of this garbage down there. Obviously, I would want to be in some kind of a cage.
Well, what makes you think, though, that anything that could gobble up, say, a refrigerator...
wouldn't get the cage? Well, I would have, obviously, a very powerful light, and I'd be able to see it at some point before it's too late.
So we'd have radio contact with you, and we could hear you scream, at least.
Yeah.
Sounds too much
or
like
an instant up button.
An up button?
An instant up button. On back up. At like a high speed.
And you could take a camera with you.
Yeah.
With a light and show us everything as
Yeah. I've got a pretty adventurous nature to me anyway. So this plus I have a very appealing draw to the supernatural for some reason. Anyway, just naturally in my personality.
Well, nobody's saying there's anything supernatural about this, but...
Well, the dog story would indicate something supernatural.
Well, that's true.
Everyone's dogs are scared of the hole.
Yeah.
It's not just my dogs.
No, that's a very good point. In other words, other dogs won't go anywhere near the hole, huh?
Yeah, my dogs will follow me everywhere. I mean, no matter where I go, they're,
Except
to the well.
Uh-huh.
Now,
is this possibly at a grid point on the planet?
I wouldn't know about grid points, other than I know they
know
exist.
anything about the grid points in that area?
Well, I know, yes, thank you, sir, from Austin. I've heard about grid points, but I would have no way of knowing where they are and whether this is one of them. I wouldn't know. Now, this is just a hole. And he's right, there was something a little paranormal about it when you consider the dog story. I tell you. Mel, hold on, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Stand by. We'll be right back to you. Well, here's somebody from Las Vegas, Mike, listening to Kicks and T, who suggests that we throw a cat down the hole. Listen to the cat scream as it goes down. It's a horrible idea. I don't know about people who do that, throw down a cat. Oh, man. And you hear the echoes sort of going down. I'm not for that at all. All right, Mel, here comes some more people. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel, with the hole.
Art, why don't you have somebody, I know you're connected with somebody that's got radar available. Radar would be the way to go to find out the depth.
Well, would radar go down a hole
Absolutely.
without hitting the sides?
You don't need a fancy radar to do it.
You mean like a... What about sonar? No, I guess that's...
sonar you couldn't use because you don't have anything for the medium to go through, like underwater for sonar.
Yeah.
But radar would definitely work.
In other
I was
words...
just curious if you'd call a government agency to come out.
But wouldn't radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and bounce around down there?
No. Purely directional radar. What do you use when you're driving down the highway?
Well, you use radar, but
exactly.
That's out in the open. That's not in. I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's a good idea.
Well, I've used it for years, but
all right,
the way to try it.
All right, that's. How about a cop's radar?
I'm not sure if they'll return an echo off of that. Possible.
All right. Well,
it would tell you how fast the hole was going, wouldn't it?
Tell you how fast. Cute, Mel. Wild card line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
This is pretty funny. Good evening, Mel.
Hi.
My name's Barry. I'm just hop, skipping, and jumping away from you down here in Yakima.
All right.
And I'm awful surprised I haven't heard of this before now.
Well, now, Mel hasn't made this public as far as I know. Have you, Mel?
No, it's just on my land.
I see.
So
my
until-
neighbors know about it.
But I mean, wait. This is the first public announcement of the hole?
As far as I know, there's no newspaper accounts of it, not in the Daily Record or in the
Well, there will be
the
now.
Herald.
There will be now.
Well, as usual, you've heard it here first, folks, on
That's
our
right.
bill.
That's
Before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of lighten things up here and ask if you'd considered making a contract with the refuse collection department from Yakima County. You could probably make a killing on that.
I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local dump out here, and I almost seriously suggested.
All right, listen, here's another possibility for you. Do you know that I live near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level nuclear dump? Now, if this is really, in effect, a bottomless pit,
whoa,
you may have something that the U.S. government wants.
So I could, rent this thing out.
You're damn right.
And move away as quick as possible.
Well,
anyways, I wanted to mention here, we've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think, was onto something.
Mm-hmm.
Say for instance that Guinness came out and was going to, they're pretty thorough with their investigation before they're going to print you.
Yeah,
but
true.
anyways, maybe the way to go is to have someone lower in a sensors package, which is something that measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus a radar, probably pencil thin, and just hook it up to a endless supply of cable and lower it down. I think that'd be awful interesting.
Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get a hold of the guy from Austin, to lower a camera and a light down.
When I was out there this evening, it's kind of a sort of a full moon out there, and one of the things that occurred to me is maybe this has some sort of astronomical type thing.
What do you mean, Mel?
Well, it's like how the various pyramids and things in Egypt, are supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever.
Well, was it a thing like where the moonlight was shining into the hole?
Well, no, but I just, happened to notice, the full moon, and all of a sudden it just sort of, put two and two together there,
You've never felt drawn to the hole, personally, have you? I mean, in terms of,
you mean in terms of some sort of spiritual involvement, or?
No, suicide, no. Suicide.
No. I keep the lid on it there because it's an attractive nuisance. You wouldn't want local kids there climbing on the wall and falling in.
There's actually no way of knowing whether people have gone in. Because they'd be gone.
Not in my
down with a refrigerator.
Again, if I can find out something from the local Native Americans on, maybe with some sort of burial thing, or
and you can drop a big rock and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash.
You never hear a splash. I've even taken old television tubes, the picture tubes, and
you've dropped picture tubes down there?
I've dropped. I hate to say this here, but I've dropped more than one of them down there, and I've never heard it implode or anything. Nothing.
EPA, you probably shouldn't say that on the air.
Well,
they'll come and get you for that. I mean, TV tubes.
Well, it is my.
It's your own property, I know, but these days, Mel, doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you're liable to wake up and there'll be tanks in Boutros Golly.
That's true.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Hi, WKXY, Sarasota.
Sarasota, Florida,
Let me say, let's throw Mike from Las Vegas down the hole.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, he's the cat. Okay. I do have a question for Mel. You're a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever felt a tug on the line, and if you did, what would you do?
I don't have a hook on it. There's just there's a 1 pound weight.
Yeah, but she's saying if something obviously was pulling on that line.
What would I do?
Yeah.
What you do?
I'd run.
Yeah.
I'd seal that damn thing up, and I'd never get near it again.
Yeah, I'd put the lid down on it at that point there and say, that's it, the dump is closed.
And at any point, did you ever pull up the weight and look at it?
Yeah, I asked that too.
The first series of letting down line, when I got about 4,500 feet down there, I had a roll of lifesavers down on the bottom to determine if there was any water down there, and of course, if there was water, the lifesavers would melt. I didn't do that. But since that time, I've let the line continuously go down. I've just spliced on to the end of the line and continued.
Yeah, just trying to find out where the bottom is.
Yeah, that was my main question. It's like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? You know, well, it goes into the earth, but you know, how far does it go before it'll stop? You know.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera. I mean, Mel, you could have a special as you got down past, what did they say was the deepest hole, 1,600 feet?
1,600 feet.
As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel.
That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it there if I can get one of those.
What's his name? Rivera would come.
and they'd lower him into the hole.
Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, this is Terry from Bremerton.
Hello, Terry. Oh, you're up in Washington again, yeah.
You're right. Well, I was wondering about how much does 15 miles of fishing line weigh?
I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. I have not reeled
what if
it in.
you've already hit the bottom and you got a pound of fishing line on it? You
That's
just
right.
keep letting it down.
Yeah, I
should already hit the bottom.
I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them in 5,000 yard spools.
Yeah.
And so I should weigh a spool and sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would add up to in terms of how much that weighs.
Miles.
So in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago, and simply the pure weight of the line.
Right.
It doesn't feel like it is reached bottom there. There's no slack in the line.
But even so, well, there might not be with that much weight. But you know, even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world.
Yeah, he does. But the weight of the line would keep pulling the line down.
Yeah. But there would be so much line down there by then. But
what pound test line is it?
I'm using 20 pound. I couldn't
pounds.
afford to go much
Do you think you have
higher.
20 pounds of line on it already?
Pardon me?
Do you think you have 20 pounds of line in the hole already?
I'm sure there's more line than that.
It would break by then.
You know, we're talking how many?
There must be a lot of tension.
I have about 20 spools of line.
A lot of tension on that.
Yeah.
20 spools of line on there.
Wow.
And it's still hanging on there. You know, I'm you know, that weight continues to go down. I don't know if there's a way of weighing that thing, you know, as it is.
Yeah, I was just interested in how much the line would weigh itself.
I could probably do that. You know, get one of those hanging scales.
Sure.
And the spring operated and stuff, and just sort of knot it off up there.
Yeah, why not? It's worth a try. And the other thing that's worth a try, I suppose, although you'd be cranking for a long time, would be to crank it back up again.
Well, no, I could just weigh like one spool of line and multiply it. I think I'm up to about like 18 spools of line right now. So, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to get a weight on it.
All right. You'll report back to us on that?
Yeah, I can. Sure, definitely.
All right.
Yes, definitely.
All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm Bellingham, Washington.
Yes. Oh, Washington again. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I was wondering what was the Mel said that he had a triangular 1 pound weight on the end of the line.
You're right.
Yeah, I was wondering what elements was that weight, or is that weight composed of?
It's a standard lead fishing weight.
Mm-hmm. You know, you were talking earlier. Al was talking earlier about the heat when you get deep into.
Well, I was speculating. You know, I saw the movie with Pat Boone about the journey to the center of the earth. And it's supposed to get hot when you go down, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, what about the magnetism? You know, that's a factor you consider also.
The magnetism?
Yeah.
you're off into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, you're gonna contact your wife works for a university,
yeah,
huh?
a local university.
Have they? I mean, did she tell them about this? And if so, what did they say?
Well, the people she talked to, because I nag her about it occasionally, say, they're telling her, you don't have a whole day that deep,
So, in other words, they don't believe her.
No. What I'm trying to do is, kind of entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is. That's
well, Mel,
really...
would you be willing to talk to, like, newspaper people or television people? They're crazy. They'd send someone down there.
Well, I know I'm talking to a lot of people on the phone right now and on the radio, but I am not sure if I'd want to have a TV crew and
So you're not sure you want that kind of publicity?
No, I'd be happy to, like I say, I could put together a website on it and keep people informed about what's going on, because I'm sort of making this my
people would accuse you of going to the well one time too many.
That's probably true.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there. That is absolutely amazing. All right, this is Ken from Scottsdale.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I wanted to mention about that, when you mentioned about a car that had apparently fallen from the sky.
The Chevrolet, yeah.
Right. I recall reading about many, many incidents in England and throughout Europe of nuts, raining nuts of different kinds. I mean, Brazil nuts and hazelnuts.
Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about a hole.
Right, I know. Well, it was open lines a minute ago. Now you switched it.
Well, I've switched it because I have Mel.
Oh, well, anyway, as far as the hole goes, isn't it possible there could be like an aquifer or something and there's water or something?
Mel has not found any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in, and the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel?
4,500 feet.
4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right?
Oh, yeah, they were absolutely dry. They weren't dissolved. They were just perfect.
That's pretty definitive. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hi.
Mel?
Hi.
Hi, this is Conrad in Grass Valley, and I've got some thoughts about this whole well problem.
Sure.
First of all, if he's putting line down the well...
Wait a minute, sir. We've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There has never been any water found in this hole.
Okay, a hole.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If he started out with a 1-pound weight, and he starts adding fish line to it,
right,
then the amount of weight down the hole increases. All right, now, if he knows the weight of the line on a per-foot basis, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of or load on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was draped on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down there,
that's a good point.
The 1-pound weight on the end is insignificant. And he wouldn't even, it could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something, and he would never know it.
Yeah, but he put lifesavers down 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still, by a long shot, the deepest hole ever.
Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought that you had that I thought was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground.
Well, that's what I think that's right, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet in the ground, where the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the 100, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there, a volunteer.
Not a cat.
No, not a cat. No cats. But a person, maybe like a media person. One of these anchors from maybe one of the Seattle Como stations or something. Lower them down.
Oh, boy. again, I'm intrigued. Again, I've been running line down there for quite a while, and I don't think I've hit bottom. The weight seems to be hanging plumb over there, and like I say, we've been throwing things down there for a long time, and this hole has not filled up. I don't know. Maybe it's getting incinerated down there. I don't know.
All right, and you would swear on all that is sacred to you that what you have told us is the absolute, unadulterated truth.
This is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
God, it's an amazing story, Mel. Who else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university, and yourself? I guess your neighbors know about the hole?
Oh, yeah. There's probably good... Oh, well, in terms, not families, but individuals, probably a good 20 people that use the hole regularly.
To throw junk into?
Yeah. It's always been done.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like to throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that, and into holes just to hear it hit bottom.
Ain't never heard anything hit. I mean, if you hit the side, of course, but if you just drop it straight down.
Straight down, yeah, 9.5 feet.
Go straight.
9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got in the center and dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right?
Yeah, you can just, lean right over there and get it going straight down. And as far as anything I could see, visually, with the, halogens and flashlights.
The light just what? Fades away into blackness?
Yeah, you've got nothing after a while. You can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it.
Does anybody have any theories about, you said a dog was thrown into the hole dead, and then came back alive again, right?
The story is the guy was out hunting, and he saw his dog, and he knew it was his dog, because it was the same dog, it had the same collar, it had the same tag on it, and the whole thing.
Oh, man. Does anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine?
Gosh, I'd like to think that this is something like really benign, like cows have gone down there. I haven't heard any cows coming back, or at least that you would know, but I don't.
Well, it's not the creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Mel, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State. Tell them.
From the hole, it is good night to everyone from coast to coast.
And beyond. Thank you, Mel. Stay in touch. Stay in touch. From the high desert to the cosmos out there, good night. From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across all these many, many time zones, from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains, all the way eastward across flyover country to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Good morning. Cloning. We're going to be cloning. I've been listening to the news reports now since the news broke about cloning, and one thing is absolutely obvious to me of all the interviews of all the scientists I've seen in Scotland and elsewhere. All of them say, yes, humans could be cloned. Yes, this is the technology. Yes, it's real. But they all say, but why would we want to do it? Oh, my. So we will get to cloning tonight. As a matter of fact, here is our quick facts on the subject. Art, here's a question to ask the listeners if the mood strikes. If cloning of humans was a foregone conclusion and a national vote was taken to determine who would be cloned, who would you most like to see cloned? Now we're getting down to business. And who would you least want to see cloned? I'm interested in hearing answers. For the record, here's my list and why. Art Bell first. That way we could have an all-art network with a new Art Bell taking over every 5 hours. When one Art got sick from airplane air, a substitute Art could fill in for him. Ramona Bell. All those extra Arts would have to have some companionship. Ronald Reagan. Obvious reasons here. Thomas Jefferson. We could use the wisdom to fix the mess the country is in. Kathy Ireland. This one also self-explanatory. From Chris, listening to the mighty WWTN in Nashville. Chris is on the right track. I suppose everybody's going to run around wringing their hands and asking, should we do it? Should we do it? Is it right? Is it wrong? Well, too late. Cat's out of the bag. You know, they can try and pass laws. Anyway, we'll get into all of this, and I am not going to take the track everybody else is going to take. I'm going to go in a different direction with it because I think it's a foregone conclusion. Hey, welcome to WTVN AM in Columbus, Ohio. 610 on the dial, 5,000 regional watts. All around Columbus, great to have you along. And welcome to the network as we continue to grow. Now, happy birthday. The diamond anniversary for WOAI 1200 AM in San Antonio, Texas. The diamond anniversary. OAI, you know, is one of the nation's oldest, most venerable, and certainly most powerful radio stations, along with another many of the same sort that we're fortunate to have on the network, but the diamond anniversary, so happy birthday, WOAI. I got this fax, and I don't know what to make of it. Art, today on the island of Hawaii, in the Hilo area, freakish 80-mile-an-hour winds blew tops off about 200 homes. Say what? Meteorologists have never seen this kind of wind activity in Hawaii in absence of a hurricane. Repeat, absence of a hurricane. The island of Oahu is set to receive some of the wind in about 2 hours. Could all this be a harbinger of Ed Dame's remote viewing regarding the jet stream lowering? I don't know. What would cause 80-mile-per-hour winds in Hawaii? Short of a hurricane, I have no idea what sort of dynamics could be at play there to cause this. All right, I'm still sick. You know, I'm still sick. And I really got sick. I really got sick beginning last Monday. Went down and tried to relax a little bit in Mazatlan. Took a 757 Airline unnamed because of what I'm about to do. 757 coming back too. And then a 757 to Las Vegas from Los Angeles. And precisely 7 days later, I got really sick. Now I went to China. I got sick. I went to Paris. I got sick. I went to Scandinavia. I got sick. I am sick of getting sick on airplanes. And I'm really sick of it. I was so out of it Friday night. Having a good time here, you'll recall. By the way, we're going to have an update on the Mel Waters Infinite Hole. Mel's going to be back on the air around 1 o'clock or so Pacific time because there have been developments, let me put it that way. Anyway, I was so out of it Friday night that I tried to super glue something over here, and I got super glue all over my hands, and it just flowed like water, and like an idiot, you know how you go to chew it off, right? You know, it's a normal reaction is to, pick it off with your teeth. So I put it up there too soon to start picking, figuring it was already dry. Well, it wasn't. It was still watered, the water condition, and I glued my lip shut. Well, I glued my lip shut. Well, not fully. It was like about like that, so I could talk about like that, And I went into a break, and I ripped my lip apart, and a little chunk of lip was in my ashtray, and that's how sick I was. So out of it that I completely screwed up there, lost part of my lip. I don't know how long it takes for a lip to heal, but I guess I hope mine will. Now, I have contacted somebody who knows about airplanes, because I want to know about airplanes. I want the real scoop on airplanes. Her name is Diana Fairchild, And she is in Hawaii, and she ought to know, because she's had 20 years plus as an airline stew for Pan Am and United Airlines. And so we're going to ask about that here in a few moments. Ask about why it is that you get sick on an airplane and how you can prevent it. My latest scheme, I was thinking I was going to wear an ABC mask. You know, one of those things like the Gulf War vets wore next time I'm on an airplane. But that caused a riot. Because everybody knows what they'd probably figure you had vials of something with you. But I mean, it's almost to that point. Hacking, coughing, sneezing. I've never been so sick. And you might be able to tell, I'm a little bit angry about it. So, anyway, we'll talk to Diana Fairchild in Hawaii here in a couple of moments. Diana Fairchild has been an airline stewardess for a very long time. She is now retired. You know, I'm sure she couldn't even talk to us if she wasn't retired. Otherwise, she'd be fearing for her job. She has a website, and that website is on our website as a link right now. So if you want to know more about what you're about to hear about, go on up there and link over to Diana's website. It's Healthy Flying. Well, actually, it's not Healthy Flying. Let's see, what is the actual name of her website? Well, we'll get to that. Anyway, look, get up there. The Washington Post wrote an article about the whole Courtney Brown affair. It was in Sunday's Washington Post. You can link over to that and read the article in the Washington Post. It is Healthy Flying. I was right about that. So be sure you check out the Washington Post article on Courtney Brown. That's on the web page right now. Emily Lau, who's coming on tomorrow night from Hong Kong, her website, all the way from Hong Kong, is available. And John Shepard, be sure you look at the Strat photos. He's coming up Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Now, to Hawaii and Diana Fairchild. Hi, Diana.
Hi, Art. Thank you for calling.
Oh, thank you for coming on the program. I'm still sick, Diana. I'm a healthy person, Diana. I don't get colds. I don't get the flu. I go a year at a time without getting sick, but then I fly. And when I fly, I absolutely, without fail, every single time get sick. Now, you work for Pan Am?
Yeah, Pan Am and United, 21 years total.
21 years. It's a long time in an airplane.
10 million miles.
10 million miles. What routes did you generally fly at, as a matter of curiosity?
I started flying South America. Actually, my very first trip was to Rio at Carnival, and I thought, this is a great life.
Oh, yes.
And then I ended up doing a lot of polar flights to London from California.
Oh.
And then round-the-world flights, round-the-world east or round-the-world west, with stops in Europe, India, and Asia.
Wow, that's pretty exotic stuff.
Yeah, every 8 days.
Every 8 days. A few idle questions of curiosity before we get to the meat of the matter here. One of them is, how long did it take? I've flown to a lot of those capitals myself, but when I do it, it's very exotic for a passenger who, rarely gets to Europe or Asia. It's very exotic, but you did it all the time. How long does it take for the thrill to wear off?
Oh, never, I think.
Never? That's kind of good to hear. In other words, you never get, oh no, another trip to London. You never get to that point.
The last 2 years I was flying, I was sick most of the time. So from that point of view, I just didn't have a lot of energy and I didn't feel well. So I could say the last 2 years.
Well, that brings us to the meat of the matter. Diana, number one, why are we getting so damn sick on airliners these days? What's going on?
It's a very complex situation, and it involves a number of biological and environmental factors. To start with, of course, is the traditional issue of time zone changes. When we shift time zones, our inner clock is out of sync with the outer clock. So all our hormonal and and chemical rhythms have to change, and that takes a couple of days to a couple of weeks. And even in my research, I found that even though hormones may start secreting, that they don't even reach their amplitude for 6 months. So it takes a while just for that. But the main thing that I started focusing on and pointing attention to, it's the environmental stress in the plane itself, which is a place low in air pressure, humidity, and oxygen, and high in radiation, pesticides, and germs. It's low in air pressure. In other words, it's actually has the air pressure of a mountain resort. It's 8,000 feet in the plane.
Yes, indeed. Okay, everybody knows your ears pop as you rise to cruise altitude, whatever it is. It takes a while for you to adjust. So there is a different pressure, and you're saying it's like being at 8,000 feet.
Well, people suffer from mountain sickness when they go quickly to 8,000 feet.
Oh,
so
yes.
we're dealing with that as well.
Well, why can they not keep the cabin pressure at, ground level norm?
The best they can do, the way the planes are designed, is a plane at 25 to, say, 40,000 feet. The best they can do is to pressurize it to 8,000, 7,000 or 8,000 feet. Actually, it's illegal to pressurize it over 8,000 feet. But they can't fly at sea level. For one reason, the air is heavier at sea level, so they want it lighter, as light as possible.
I see.
So they always fly at the highest interior ambient altitude that they can.
So they take us to 8,000 feet.
Right. And so I said the air inside is low in air pressure, humidity, and oxygen. So humidity, the only humidity in an airplane, there's none introduced by the cabin air conditioning. The only humidity is from the takeoff location and the sweat and breath of everybody on the plane. So on a long-range flight, like you were mentioning, I guess, to Hong Kong and
Sure.
those flights, the humidity actually goes down to 0 after a couple of hours. And that's way drier than even the Sahara Desert.
Oh, listen, I live here in the desert, and when I have relatives who come and visit, they complain of their nose being very dry. We have generally double-digit or even single-digit during the summer humidity, and we're used to being very dry, but you're right. When I fly on a long-distance flight, I get totally dried out, and I live in the desert.
It's drier than the desert, and like you are acclimated, but your friends and relatives come and they're not acclimated, so it's very shocking, even more shocking to them. So that's another environmental factor that passengers need to consider. And then it's low in oxygen. For example, I believe the statistic came out that there's twice as much oxygen mandated in U.S. prisons than they found on U.S. airplanes.
You're kidding. What about the pilots? Are they breathing the same air the passengers are?
No.
They're not?
Mm-mm.
What are they breathing?
They get, I think, 10 times more air than an economy passenger.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Economy. What about first class? You mean there's a difference in the air between first class and economy?
First class gets 3 times more air than economy.
Oh, they do?
But the reason is because there's fewer people breathing the same cubic square feet. That's why.
Is it part of the same circulation system?
As economy, yes.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's pumped in toward the front of the plane, and the outflow valves are toward the back. So I always find the air is fresher the closer I get to the front, and it's fresher when there's less people around.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, most of the flights, overseas flights, are generally booked. I guess they like to run them that way. So there is a good tip. Number one, you're saying the air is better toward the front of the plane.
I find it better. I notice that I feel like I can breathe better. And, of course, if you're lucky enough to get the upper deck on a 747, it's even better there.
Well, I've never had that. I've snuck up a couple of times to see what it's like. and it's very nice, but I've never been able to fly that way myself.
I've got a page on my website, how to sneak into first class.
How do you, really? How do you, let's hear it.
Well, I'm not recommending it, but...
Of course not. Don't try this at home, folks, but...
Well,
how do you do it?
It just depends on certain flights. I mean, if you board late, and then you know which seats are available, you know.
In other words,
not be any empty seats.
If you're one of the last persons on. But the airplane seems to fill from the front toward the rear, so you're gambling. If you can't sneak into first class, then you've lost out and you're probably going to sit back. Where is the worst place to sit on an airplane? The absolute rear?
Worst from what point of view? From a crash, from air quality, from, you know, noise, from smell of lavatories, you know, each area. I mean, in a crash, you just never know. You know, they used to say the best place is over the wing, but it's not so. You know, in that United decompression out of Honolulu where the fuselage peeled up over the cargo area, it was the people over the wing that died. So it's really not I know that Bottomline has an article, the very best place to sit, but it's not true. We can't necessarily figure it out that there's only one best place. Some people like the aisles because they say there's more leg room, but the aisles are so narrow that they're constantly getting bumped by carts and people walking by. Yeah. You know, again, people like to sit in the front row, but on a lot of aircraft they park carts there during the flight.
Well, that's not altogether bad. Usually there's little tiny bottles of booze that you can lift when people like you aren't looking.
Well, anyway, so back to that original statement, low in air pressure, humidity, and oxygen, and high in radiation, pesticides, and germs. So the radiation, actually, crew members, pilots and flight attendants, are now classified as radiation-sensitive workers.
Really?
And they get more radiation than nuclear power plant workers.
And radiation because of the constant high altitude?
Yes, it's from the sun. Radiation doubles, I think, every 3,000 feet. The exact statistic is in my book and on my website. But at high altitudes, radiation is very significant.
Has the air on airliners always been bad, or is it been worse recently?
It's worse recently.
Why?
Well, the news purports that it's because the newer planes, like the 757 that you flew, have less fresh air capacity than the older 747s, for example. And that's only part of the truth.
All right. We'll get to the rest of the truth in a moment. Diana Fairchild is my guest, and we're talking about air travel, I guess, generally, and why you get sick so frequently on an airplane, and we're going to find out how to avoid it, too. That one I'm really interested in. Well, you've got to know that anybody will tell you how you can sneak into first class is going to give you the straight stuff. That's Diana Fairchild, and she's in Kauai, on Kauai, the island of, in Hawaii, was a airline stew for 20-plus years. For Pan Am and United. We'll get back to her in a moment. All right, back now to Diana Fairchild. Diana, just before we return to where we were, I was thinking about sneaking into first class. Now, if you're back in the economy section and the airplane gets underway and actually gets into the air, can you casually sort of just wander forward into, they draw a curtain in the first class, is what I remember, as a curtain is drawn. Can you go through that curtain and sort of casually look around, find an empty seat, and plop down?
It's possible on some of those very, very long flights where the crew gets breaks.
Oh.
But, and then a lot of people are sleeping too, depends on the time of departure. Like if you're on that, for example, LA-Sydney flight that leaves at midnight, everybody pretty much goes to sleep right away.
Right.
The thing is, though, the flight attendants have a passenger manifest, list of names of all the first-class passengers.
Diane, I'm kind of losing your audio here for some reason.
The flight, is this better?
Oh, that's better. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The flight attendants have a list of names of first-class passengers, which they usually try to use when taking orders for breakfast and things, for the meals. So that's a time when you could get caught.
And if you got busted, what could they do other than send you back with the masses?
Well, it's best not to argue, because there's that FAA rule about interfering with the duties of a flight attendant. I think the best thing is to cop an insanity plea.
I'm sorry, I didn't know where I was. It's a lack of oxygen.
That would be perfect.
All right, somebody just sent me a fax, and it says, the air recirculation is a fuel-saving measure. The air conditioning system bleeds energy from the engines, turn it down, and the company makes more dollars. It's that simple, is it?
Yes.
It is. You mean to say this is done to save fuel money?
It saves about $80 an hour on a jumbo jet.
$80 an hour?
So on your 757, they probably saved, well, I think the total load of a 757 is 188 passengers.
Yes.
And the total load of a 747 is about 500. So
right.
Whatever the math would be, $30 or something.
Oh, that's outrageous. How much are they turning off generally, typically? In other words, how much of the filtration system or the air conditioning system is off?
Each plane has a different type of system. It's not uniform in all the fleets. Even the Boeings, for example, have different systems than the other types of aircraft. But on the Boeing 747, there's 3 air packs. And so these are connected to 3 of the engines. So the way it works is the engines have 2 functions. One is to fly the plane, and the other is to take outside unbreathable air, which is too thin, and pack it. That's why it's called air pack. Pack it, compress it, and pump it into the cabin as fresh air. So basically what they do is they turn off one right after takeoff. I think they need all 3 for takeoff because it's part of the engine, and then they turn off one when they get to a certain altitude. But I was talking to a flight attendant friend this evening, and a lot of times I remember too, they're just not working. They're not required for takeoff. Clearance, certain things you can't take off unless they're working, and this is not something that is required to work.
All right. How can we force them, or can we force them? I mean, things have certainly changed with the airlines. I remember when we flew back in the days of your early job, why we got decent meals, we got all kinds of extras, all the peanuts you wanted, blah, blah, blah. And now you're lucky to get an indigestible slab of turkey, which I hate anyway, or something else. In other words, cost-cutting measures have really come into play in the last few years. And so how do we force them to do something about the air? And I really mean that. I'm angry about this.
Well, I have 2 things that I'm suggesting to people in my book, Jet Smart. And the first one is, because all of the airplanes have different ways of providing air, like I just described the 747 to you, it's totally different in the 757. They have recirculation fans that are on that need to be turned off. So it's, you can't say turn it on or turn it off. What you can ask for is full utilization of air. That's what we used to ask for. That is the airline term that means that whatever fresh air capacity that plane has, they're going to use that capacity.
All right. Suppose I'm on an airplane and I buzz you and you come over and smile at me and ask how you can help, and I say I would like full utilization of this aircraft's air system. What do you do then? Do you go and call the pilot?
Well, the first thing is not to ring the call button for that, because the flight attendants are totally overworked and exhausted themselves because they're breathing that same air. So the best would be if she happens to be passing your seat, or if you get up and, go back where she's setting up or doing something and say, could you ask the pilot for full utilization of air, please? Have understanding when you ask and realize the flight attendants are suffering even more than the passengers because they're working, so aerobically. So then the flight attendant will probably call the pilot or tell the purser, the chief flight attendant. The purser may be wanting the only one to be the only one to talk to the pilot, but in any case, most probably the pilots will know pretty quickly that somebody asked for full utilization of air. And then you can notice if the air conditioning gets louder and you start feeling better. One of the symptoms of hypoxia, which is lack of oxygen to the brain, is that you can't think clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Like you mentioned the other night with the glue, and you really can't think clearly when you don't have enough oxygen in your brain.
Right.
So you'll notice that you're hypoxic if you're reading that same paragraph, for 20 minutes or something, but you just don't get beyond it in that magazine, or can't figure out something in your crossword puzzle.
Well, you're probably in that condition if you're even really enjoying the Airline magazine that's there at all. No, anyway, I don't really, I'm just angry. I'm very angry.
I understand. I am too. Because I got sick. I got very, very sick, and it changed my whole life. I've never been the same.
We'll certainly get to that in a moment. I was so angry that I swore for a while I was going to wear, you remember Desert Storm? You remember the ABC masks they had? Those chemical masks? I'm serious. I was going to get one. I was going to go on my next long trip in one of those. Now, if I got on an aircraft in a mask like that, what would happen?
Nothing. You could actually ask for an oxygen bottle, and that's my second strategy. If you notice that the air conditioning hasn't changed, that you don't start feeling better, and that the air conditioning isn't louder, then the next time you see the flight attendant, you just say, I'm feeling very sick and I would like some oxygen. And they have portable bottles. For example, on a 747, they've got 17 bottles.
Really?
And on a 757, let me see, I got that figure for you yesterday and wrote it down. Oh, they've got 4 on a 757.
No kidding. I've never seen anybody ask or get one.
Right. Well, I hope that people will start asking because they'll feel better. I used to sip pure oxygen when I was flying, especially those last 2 years when I didn't feel well most of the time. And it makes a tremendous difference in your health on board and after landing. And it's a little expensive for the airlines, so at some point, if a lot of people start asking, they'll turn on the air in the first place.
That's right. Do they have to provide that to you without extra charge?
Yes. If you don't feel well in the plane, it's free. If you ask for it before takeoff in anticipation of not feeling well, then you need a note from your doctor, and you pay between $50 and $80 a bottle.
But if you do it once you're airborne, too late, and they've got to just do it.
Right.
And so if a lot of people begin doing that, I've got you.
That's our little revolution.
Little revolution. That's a good revolution. Boy, these are some good ideas.
Thank you.
If the airline were to hear, if you were still employed, saying the things you're saying now, what would you be suddenly out of work?
I don't know. Seems like it, huh?
It seems like it. I can imagine you would be, yes. Do you, now that you are retired, do you still fly?
Yes, a little bit. And one of the tips I'm giving, regards the contagious disease issue in the plane. It's a big problem, tuberculosis and flu and things that you're suffering from. It's always frightening, I think, when somebody right behind you is coughing.
Well, that's just where I was going. Inevitably, I'm on a plane, and either behind me, usually behind me, or even in front of me, somebody is coughing, sneezing, snotting, absolutely, totally sick. It's obvious. Why is it, Diana, that airlines don't station somebody at some point screening passengers who are obviously sick?
Because they're not thinking about healthy flying. They're thinking about getting us, getting the takeoff slot and all the other...
Profitable flying.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But I mean, doesn't it make some sense that if somebody is obviously sick, that the airline could say, sir or ma'am, we're going to require that you see a physician or something before boarding, or something like that.
Even the Centers for Disease Control requested that people with tuberculosis, TB, not take long flights. But nobody's monitoring it, and nobody even said what a long flight is.
Well, I was even thinking of the flu.
Flu is even worse.
Yeah.
So what I'm suggesting, I found out from a doctor that covering your nose and mouth cuts down the transmission of viruses and germs over 90%. So what I like to do when I travel is wear a handkerchief over my nose and mouth. You can wear a Western outfit, Art, and wear a scarf and just pull it up during the flight. Or you can get that charcoal mask and just put it on in flight. And then the other thing I'm suggesting, a daring optional suggestion, is that you have in your bag a couple of little painter's masks. And if someone is coughing, you present it to them, possibly saying, gee, I'm sure you would like to not, get everybody else on the plane sick. Why don't you wear this? If you've ever been to Tokyo, you've seen how people are so considerate that way.
Absolutely true. I don't know how much of it is consideration and how much of it is fear. A lot of Japanese, I think, who are not sick wear those masks, and you see them all over Tokyo in order not to get sick.
Oh, I never thought of that. That's probably true.
Oh, it is. And you see them all over Japan. The Japanese are very, very aware of that, and we are not.
Mm-hmm. So basically, my whole philosophy in JetSmart, which has 200 tips of this kind, is that the airlines are thinking a different way, and we need to take care of ourselves. We need to take charge. So what I like to do is present all the environmental stressors to the reader, and they can see all the different things that are going on. The pesticides, the ozone, the diesel fumes, the viruses, electromagnetic pulses, radiation, toxic chemicals. Tobacco smoke is still, I went to Hong Kong recently, all the way to Tokyo and all the way to Hong Kong with smoking flights. And
really?
Yeah.
I'm a smoker, and I've been looking for smoking flights, and I can't find any more of them. They still exist then. Is that true?
Just call United.
United has smoking flights?
Yeah, that was on United, to Tokyo and to Hong Kong, and I believe a lot of the South American sectors are still smoking, and some places in Europe, I think.
Well, now, here's a funny thing I heard. Now, maybe you can confirm or deny this, but that on smoking flights, strangely, you have less of a chance of getting sick than on non-smoking flights, and the reason given by the person who told me this was that they've got to turn on so much extra filtration because of the smoking.
Yeah, that's a nice ideal. I mean, the National Academy of Science published a report that said they've got to turn on full utilization of air when there's a full load, and they don't.
And they don't.
Mm-mm. As you know, most of the flights are all full everywhere now because they have these really great last-minute deals and things like that. So I understand there's quite a few of them available on the Internet. I don't know which pages. I think American Airlines started it. And you could just sort of log on the last, 48 hours and pick up really cheap tickets. And so the planes are all full, really. And yet the air isn't necessarily full utilization. And people think, it's the pilots that are turning down the air.
Well, it is a pilot's prerogative, isn't it?
Kind of. I mean, it's a management dictum, and the pilots follow it.
Are the pilots rated on how much fuel they save and use? And in other words, is there motivation from the company for the pilots to save every bit of fuel they can?
You're so smart, Art.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking.
Even some of the airlines pay bonuses.
Bonuses?
Mm-hmm.
Bonuses?
Financial bonuses to save fuel.
Why don't...
To the captain, only the captain.
Why don't we... Only the captain, huh? Why don't we have an advocate? I mean, you're obviously that, but a high-level advocate who represents passengers' rights. We ought to have rights when we fly. Some rights to healthy air for beginners.
Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to do because no one else is doing it. And it's a very, very complex situation, and I don't think anyone who has not been an insider for the length of time that I was, and also I was just happened to be personally very curious. I'm kind of a health nut, since a long time, vegetarian since the 60s, and interested in spirituality and subtle energy and all of these kinds of things. So I was just somehow wanting to learn all about this while I was flying.
You mentioned that you got sick, and it sounds like you said you were, during the last couple of years, very sick.
Yes.
With flu or something worse, or what?
Well, I understand you're going into depth a lot about Gulf War syndrome.
Yes.
And in my opinion, what happened to me is the same disease as Gulf War syndrome. It's called multiple chemical sensitivity. And my doctor says it's the very, very similar symptoms of Gulf War syndrome.
Environmentally induced?
Right, environmental illness. And the direct cause of it was pesticides in New Zealand and Australia. I don't know if you know this, but in a number of countries in the world, they actually spray pesticide on passengers.
What? No, I didn't know that. When do they do that?
They have it all different ways. Like sometimes the flight attendant has to spray it about 30 minutes before touchdown at top of descent, and sometimes...
You mean it comes through the air?
No, they walk down the aisle with these canisters of pesticide. And they spray between the overhead bin and the passenger's head, so it just rains down on you like a pesticide shower.
Oh, wonderful. Diana, hold tight. We're at the top of the hour. We'll be back to you, and we're going to open up the lines, let the audience ask questions, all right?
Okay, great.
All right, Diana, hold tight. Diana Fairchild, Jet Smart is her book. I'm Art Bell. From the island of Kauai, my guest is Diana Fairchild. She was a stewardess for United Airlines and Pan Am for over 20 years. We're talking about flying and getting sick on airplanes and airplanes in general. And I've got a captain here who has written an angry little fax about Diana, and we'll get to that in a moment and bring her back on and get to your questions about flying and sickness and why the airlines are saving money at the expense of our health and what we should do about it, says a still recovering Art Bell. Back to the island of Kauai, and Diana Fairchild. Diana, I'm going to read you a fax here, and let's see how you respond to it, all right?
Okay.
All right. It says, Art, this lady is full of, well, crap. A pack is pressurized air conditioning kit. The fans reference take outside air from the right pack and does not save money. Air is required to completely change in an airline cabin every 7 minutes. The reason the air is thinner, at jet altitudes of 33,000 feet, the cabin is at 8,000 feet, just like a sea level drive to Denver. The filter is air going out the outflow valve. Pilots have no way to filter air. Diana has problems with reality. Signed Jim, and he gives the last name, Captain, 26 years. What do you say to that?
Well, people should look on the internet at my page called Full Utilization of Air, because the number of captains have written in and said there's no such swish, there's no such thing, and I've answered them, you know, from the Boeing manual and the National Academy of Science Press, and this kind of thing is going on all the time. And even what I found on the internet was a report from a aeromedical physician in England who works for a number of airlines, and it was a report, and I link it on my site on this page.
All right.
Where it was about hearing loss among pilots, and it just said in an offhand way that the pilots find the air conditioning so noisy that just for that reason they're turning it off.
One more little thing, Diana. I have a friend who works for United who, because he is not yet retired, has to remain nameless, but he's a good friend of mine. I talked to him a few minutes ago. He said, ask her about humidity. Now, you already said the passengers suffer at some point on long flights 0 humidity levels. He said, ask her what the pilots have humidity-wise.
They have the same.
They have the same?
Yeah.
He indicated he thought they had a humidifier up there.
Well, actually, you know, on some aircraft, they may have certain humidifiers, particularly the newer ones, when it finally came out where the airlines were admitting that the pilots had different air than the passengers. Because when I discovered that, actually, when the no smoking went into effect on U.S. flights, in a little aside in a report, it said pilots who smoke are still allowed to smoke, but passengers shouldn't worry because they have separate air.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait just a moment. Did you just say that pilots who smoke on non-smoking flights are allowed to smoke? Is that what I heard you say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's an outrage.
Anyway, that's how I found out.
That's an outrage.
That they had separate air. I always suspected it because it felt so different in the cockpit. When I was really sick those last 2 years, I was so sensitive that if I did find myself in the cockpit, it was so much easier to breathe. Wait a minute,
you mean to tell me that while I'm sitting back there in economy, with my hand twitching, going through nicotine withdrawal on a 7-hour flight to Europe, that the pilot up there is smoking away?
If he's a smoker, yes.
Unbelievable.
But anyway, when finally the airlines admitted that the pilots had separate air, because they were really denying it at first, and even pilots would come up to me and say, no, it's not true. And I said, I know it's true. But anyway, when they finally admitted it, they said, oh, the pilot's air is different because of the instruments in the cockpit, not because of the pilot. Because the delicate instruments.
The delicate instruments.
So there may be some of the newer aircraft may be having some humidity in there for the instruments.
I see. All right. A lot of people want to talk to you, so let's get some of them on the air. First time caller line, you're on the air with Diana Fairchild on the island of Kauai. Hello.
Good evening, Art. My name is Chris from Carmichael, California.
Hi there, Chris.
I have a question in regards to, you were talking about cabin pressure altitude.
Yes.
I was wondering if there's any federal regulations for MAC flights, military flights for passengers.
In other words, a different pressure allowed?
Right. are there different pressures allowed? Do you know, Diana, or?
No, I think you'd need to ask a military pilot.
Because you said that it was 8,000 feet?
Yeah, commercial aircraft are regulated that the cabin interior pressure cannot go over 8,000 feet.
And I would presume, caller, that when there were, for example, I flew military, but it was, a chartered commercial aircraft, so
right.
I would imagine commercial standards would prevail on Mac aircraft. As she points out, you'd have to ask a Mac pilot.
Right.
Yeah, I did a lot of Mac flying, actually. At the end of the Vietnam War, we used to take
exactly
the R&R trips.
Oh, well, I'm an Army brat, and we spent some time in Europe. And my mother, my brother, and I came back on a C-5.
Mm-hmm.
And my brother, when we got back, had serious ear problems.
Oh,
and
I see.
That's why I question it.
Oh, I see. Well, ear problems, pilots tell me that when you're flying and you have a history of ear problems or you have a cold, that it would be good to notify them that they maybe can pressurize more delicately than manually instead of automatically.
Well, the other thing I said earlier that I want to stress again is it seems to me that the airlines, I hate to be the enforcer of regulation because there's so much regulation already, but somebody ought to screen passengers who are sick and keep them off flights. Offer them a later flight, offer them some other alternative, but if they're sneezing, coughing, hacking, if they've got the flu or something more serious, for God's sakes, keep them off airplanes and save the rest of us. Or is that a violation of somebody's civil rights?
I have a little story, Art, about this. I was on a New Zealand flight one night, which I think is about 8 hours from Honolulu, where I was based. And about 4 or 5 hours into the flight, I had a severe sore throat just come on me. And I know you mentioned earlier that you had 7 days before. Did you say 7 days before you came down with?
7 days, yes.
But and that's a normal incubation time, what they say, from being in a toxic, a germ-filled environment. But this was just right in flight. I had a very severe sore throat, and I happened to be working the upper deck, so it's sort of like a little area where you get to know everybody. And within minutes that I felt this sore throat, 3 passengers said to me, out of a total of 16, I have a sore throat, I have a sore throat, I have a sore throat.
Ooh, that's scary. Scary.
Yeah, I ran up to the cockpit and I said, there's something wrong. 4 of us, out of this small area are sick. And I don't know about the rest of the plane. And the captain said to me, actually, we have a very sick child on board, and we normally don't carry people who are so sick, but we were personally petitioned, and they asked the captain for permission, and he said okay.
Oh my. I guess maybe there's too much prerogative for a captain in that category. After all, captains are good at flying airplanes, but they're not physicians.
That's right. And ultimately, it's up to us to know that all of these things exist, and then what we can do to take care of ourselves.
Well, I like the oxygen bottle idea. We'll get back to that. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Diana Fairchild on Kauai. Hello.
Yeah, actually, my comment is about the oxygen bottle.
All right, where are you, sir?
I'm in Florida.
Florida, okay.
This is kind of a freak thing that happened to me. I was flying from New Orleans to Miami, and I don't even know what happened. I couldn't breathe, and my mind sort of went blank, and something told me to do something, like immediately, about what was happening.
Sure.
I got up, and I saw a stewardess and started to walk towards her, and that's the last thing I remember.
Oh, man.
Really?
I came to, there was a passenger next to me. I had an oxygen mask on me with a bottle, and the passenger next to me rummaging through a first aid kit. He gets a needle out, says this is going to hurt.
Oh, my God.
I found out that I was having a severe reaction to something on the plane. My lungs had shut down, and my heart was in the process of shutting down.
Oh, my.
And he gave me an adrenaline shot to get my heart working. There was no one else. It just happened to be a doctor on the plane. No, there was stewardesses did not know how to deal with this situation.
Right.
Oh, what an incredible story. So I take it you recovered.
I was fine as soon as I had oxygen and adrenaline.
Oxygen and
yeah,
adrenaline.
I was bouncing off the walls after an adrenaline shot.
Were there any other passengers with similar?
No, I was the only one.
You were the only one.
Only one. But here's the thing. First of all, the guy told me after the flight that they were radioing to get the plane turned around to land it, and he told me that they never would have landed the plane before I was dead if he hadn't been on that flight.
Yikes! In your years of flying, Diana, did you ever have heart attacks? People in acute distress, other than the situation you just described?
It's actually quite common, that people get very, very ill.
Quite common.
Yes, I mean, every month you'll get a couple of serious things happening.
Well, how well are stewardesses trained if there is not a doctor on board?
I think they're pretty well trained, but the thing is, with all the cutbacks in the airline industry, you're just so busy. I mean, I was reading just yesterday a story about a man who tried to commit suicide. Did you read that one?
No.
He cut his throat in the first class bathroom with a little penknife. And this is, I guess, the first suicide like that in a plane. And it said that the flight attendant, stewardess found him because he was in for a long time. And I thought to myself, well, she's really aware that she would have the time to remember who went in and when, because everybody's seen how much the flight attendants are running around.
Yeah, they're very, very busy, and even more so on relatively short flights. For example, when you fly from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, it's about a 1-hour flight, and they barely have time to get the cart up and down and throw a sack of peanuts at you and whatever, and then you're on the way down again. So they're really flying on those flights. I notice on the long-haul flights, they do have some periods where they can sit, and you see the stews sit down and rest occasionally.
Those are, mandated rests on duty days of over 14 hours. When but you report to the airport 2 hours before takeoff, of course, and you don't get off immediately. You've got customs and everything. And so when you're on duty, 14 double digits, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18 hours, you're on duty. You have to have a break. No one can stand up that long.
What are the statistics regarding stewardesses? I won't ask about pilots because they have the rare air, apparently. But stewardesses getting sick. Somebody must keep statistics.
No, nobody's really taking care of this right now. OSHA doesn't watch out. The FAA seems to neglect flight attendants. And in my opinion, the union seems to be focusing on other things. So nobody's really watching out. I mean, I get contacted all the time by one stewardess recently contacted me. She got TB, and she knows she got it on the plane, but she can't prove it, can't get any compensation. And there's a report recently out of Finland of breast and bone marrow cancer among flight attendants, which is, I think, double or triple the normal population.
Attributed to what, do you think?
Radiation.
Radiation.
And all the other things that are going on.
Remember, folks, airplanes are at a very high altitude, particularly on the long flights, and they're subject to a great deal more radiation, background radiation, than we are on the ground with all this wonderful protection of the atmosphere. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Diana Fairchild. Hi.
Well, good morning. This is Steve. I'm calling from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Diana, do you happen to know if there's ever been an instance where a person has successfully sued an airline because perhaps they have had some sort of medical problem brought on by the poor air quality in the plane? And the reason I ask is obviously because of the recent death of Art Bale. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
well,
what they
I tried to get workers' comp benefits, and the Hawaii court seems to prefer, the aloha spirit to human rights. And I've been 9 years trying to get my work comp benefits and just had the latest action from the Hawaii Supreme Court where they totally dismissed me.
On what basis?
They didn't give a basis. They just wrote a memorandum decision. So they they first accepted to hear it, and then they kept it over 2 years, and then they denied a hearing. They wouldn't give me a hearing, and they wouldn't give me a decision.
That's incredible. So,
it is incredible, and I'm about to post all this information on my website about the legal things because my attorney wants to take it to the U.S. Supreme Court, but you can't really get heard by them unless you have a national interest, and that's why I'm really appreciative, Art, for the opportunity to tell your listeners that I'm trying to get heard, you know.
All right. Well, you're being heard, believe me. Now, she wrote a book, Diana's authored a book called Jet Smart. In it, there are all kinds of tips, like the ones you heard in the first hour. Practical things like how to sneak into first class, practical things like how not to get sick on an airliner, and I guess all kinds of tips on airliners. Where can they get your book?
They can call 1-800-524-8477, and they'll have, if they mention Art Bell, they can have a significant discount. It's normally $15 with postage. It'd be $10 for anybody that says Art Bell in the next 48 hours.
You're kidding. Boy, they cooked that one up fast. 1-800-524-8477. If you mention my name, a recent survivor of a near-air disaster, then you get $5 off, huh?
Mm-hmm. Or they can go into their local bookstore, Borders and Barnes & Noble, and a lot of bookstores are stocking it.
And they'll pay full price.
Yes. But they won't have to pay shipping, but then if they get it with the 800 number, they'll get an autographed copy.
Oh, they will?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes it a kind of a hard choice. Not at all, really. All right, Diana, hold on. We'll be back to you and do 30 more minutes, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Stay right there. Diana Fairchild is my guest. She was a stew for over 20 years. Now she's telling all. We'll be right back. Wait till you hear about the call I just got. I wouldn't go on the air, but I'm gonna paraphrase what he said as best I can. Another captain, and I'll tell you all about it in a moment. All right, an airlines stew for over 20 years for Pan Am and United. Here once again is Diana Fairchild. Diana, I just had a call from a pilot, another pilot, but he wouldn't come on the air. I'll tell you what he said. He said, boy, is she a dingbat. She's a complainer. I've dealt with stews like her for years and years and years and years. They're all the same, he said. I said, well, come on the air. You would say that right to her face. Oh, no, I don't want to go on the air. And I said, come on, you're going to say it. Say it to her. He wouldn't, but he said almost every stew he knows is just like you. What do you say to that?
Well, it's interesting because I've met a lot of really nice people on the Internet, and one of them is a pilot that helps me figure things out sometimes when I don't know cockpit things, but he wants to remain anonymous.
Naturally.
And so I got a letter from one pilot, kind of like that. What did he call me? I forget. Anyway, I posted it on the Internet. I can read you what I wrote. In spite of the angry tone of your letter to me, I've decided to answer you. I took the liberty of forwarding your letter to another commercial airline pilot. Here's his reply. Mind you, some of my best friends are Delta guys. Still, there are some, every company has them, who should have stayed in the military. If he isn't simply having a bad day, Tom might be one of these. A kinder, gentler soul would have pointed out, and then he goes into how everything I'm saying is true, that the air circulation and blah, 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 and where the switches are, and, you know, he just said, he backs me up. So I don't know what to say. I'm sorry that the man the captain feels that way.
Well, what does he care? He's sitting up there with good air, smoking a cigarette when he wants to. I can't get over that part. Here's somebody who wrote, I have flown to Lagos, Nigeria, twice in the last 2 years. Both times, without notification, I was sprayed upon arrival.
Yes.
You were talking about pesticide spraying?
Yes.
They do that, huh?
Yes.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Diana Fairchild.
Good evening. How are you doing? All right.
Well, I'm all right.
Hi, Diana. I have a question. It seems like every time I get on a plane, my main problem is the methane problem, and it seems like every time I get off a plane, I have severe brain damage. It would seem if I could get proof of this, I could see the living bowel puke out of those airlines. Do you agree with that? And I got another quick question.
Methane? Methane as a problem, Diana?
I don't know about methane. I know that there's a lot of toxic chemicals. In particular, there's chemicals from fuel exhaust and off-gassing of cabin furnishings and things like that.
But not methane?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have a report in my files that somebody, it's on the internet, and somebody showed me where it was, and I downloaded it. I don't have it in front of me, but it names all the gases and chemicals and things that were found in the air.
All right. I was on recently going to Mexico, 757. I got really lucky or unlucky, I guess, Diana, and I was just, looking into the back of the engine. Yeah, that's where I was sitting, right? A window seat, literally looking into the back of the engine. And I almost choked to death before we took off on the smell of kerosene. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was really strong. Really strong.
Jet fuel smell.
Jet fuel smell, yeah. Kerosene, I presume they use kerosene for jet, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Very, very strong smell. Now, it began to go away a little bit as we got to cruising altitude, but, oh, man, it was truly strong.
Well, it comes from two reasons. You were sitting, behind the engine. That's one of the reasons I don't like to sit in the back of the plane. But also, the diesel trucks on the runway and the plane in front of you in the takeoff queue, and all of those things are funneled right back into the cabin air supply.
Oh, that's
all those
right.
Toxic chemicals.
That's right, because you're literally in the wash of the last plane that took off, aren't you?
Yes, you're in a queue usually.
Oh, I never thought about that.
But also the diesel trucks as they go by. The baggage trucks and the commissary trucks and things like that.
Sure. No, but this was clearly the smell of jet fuel.
Of your own engine.
Yeah, absolutely,
yes.
Absolutely.
And a lot of them now, a lot of the airlines, you see, before, they used to really prepare the cabin, have the auxiliary power unit, the ground air conditioning on for hours before passengers would load. And now that's another cutback where they just kind of put it on at the last minute. So the plane really isn't all that fresh when you get on. And then they don't use all the air conditioning because they're using all the engine power for takeoff. So during that time, from the time that the plane disengages the umbilical of the air conditioning, the auxiliary power unit, which is usually either a private truck or inside the terminal itself in the newer airport, from once it disengages from that until you're up in the air, there's really not much fresh air.
Mm-hmm. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Diana Fairchild on Kauai. Hello.
Yes, this is Charlotte. And she answered most of the question that was on my mind.
All right, where are you?
But I have one other question.
All right, where are you located?
In California. Northern California, around San Francisco.
Okay.
Now, I have a question about the pilots and their ability to put the air traffic control on the headset when you are in a 27, 37, or 57. And is it really their choice to put it on? And I requested from a flight attendant, I would want to hear on-air traffic between San Fran and Chicago, and between Chicago and San Fran. And I understand with United, because the cabin attendants are not part of the union, that there can be a little bit of animosity between the cabin attendants and the pilot.
Boy, I'm sure hearing a lot of it tonight, believe me.
Well, there is, there is animosity from day one.
Really?
Yeah.
I would think you'd all be part of a team. I mean, I always heard that you folks ended up on the laps of pilots and stuff. Not true, huh?
Once the 747 came in the early 70s, that was the end of that. But before that, when we had the smaller planes, we were a little bit closer.
So when the bigger planes came along, there was sort of a separation.
Separation, economically, separation, altitude-wise, separation, benefits, everything. They started staying in different hotels. They started flying different kinds of routes.
And you guys didn't even date anymore?
Not anymore, not much, no.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Diana Fairchild. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I have a question. I take frequent trips to Spain now and then, and I play guitar, and I have a problem getting the guitar on in the bag in with me, as carry-on, and I've had guitars destroyed in the baggage department. Do you have any suggestions on how I could get it on with me?
Where are you, sir?
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. All right. So, a good question.
I think every kind of special handling, whether you're carrying a guitar or you need a vegetarian meal or you're exceptionally tall or you're a wide body, every type of special handling needs just to take a little extra time and try and have a rapport with somebody at the airline, whether you try and make friends with the person you're making a reservation with, or when you finally get to the airport and you try and, really connect with the person who's checking you in. I mean, they're so busy looking at the computer, often they hardly even have time to look up, but if there's some way to connect with these people, and I personally feel that just a small little gift, I mean, I'm always giving my book out, and it's just such a little thing, but people appreciate it so much, and it's just a little thing, you could give somebody for a favor, not a bribe kind of thing, but just a little thing, a scarf, or, I don't know, just travel with a few little things and just say, I have this special need, and I don't know where the best seat for me is on board, but my guitar's been broken. I'm a professional player. I have to have it there. Can you please help me and figure out how to do this,
The human touch, in other words.
Yes.
All right. One more. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Diana Fairchild. Where are you, please?
Hi, this is Daryl in San Clemente.
Hi, Daryl.
How you doing? Hi, Diana.
Hi, Daryl.
Thanks for being here. It's about time somebody got on this thing. I'm calling about, actually, it's something that happened to my girlfriend. She flew back east over the winter to see her family. And on the flight back from Chicago, they had sprayed the plane with a de-icing agent. And they said, you'll notice a little bit of smell for a while, but it'll go away. And it never did. It was overpowering. Not only when they boarded, but for well into the flight. And not only her, but her and her son both were they were bedridden for 3 days.
Yes.
Their, throats swelled up. They could hardly breathe.
Yeah, I heard that recently, actually. I was reading about that de-icing and that it's a very toxic chemical in the cabin.
Really?
Yeah, and it was bad for a long time. It might go back to that caller who had allergic reaction. Maybe that's what happened to him.
Yes.
Well, you know what I think? I think that your idea, now listen to me, everybody. Every aircraft has at least a minimum of 4 oxygen bottles on board, and after you're airborne, if you don't like the air, Diana says you can request one of these oxygen bottles, and after you're airborne, they can't charge you extra for it, and they've got to give it to you. And as a protest, if you don't like the air, if they don't fix the air and turn on everything they've got to provide clean air, ask for an oxygen bottle as a protest.
You have to be sick.
Well, you can look sick.
You have to say that you're sick.
Oh,
you don't feel well.
I don't like the air. Right?
It's more like I'm feeling so sick. May I have some oxygen, please?
And they've got to provide it.
They should, yes.
And if enough people do that, maybe they'll do something about the damn air.
It's got to change the tide.
Something does, because I'm more upset about this than you can know.
I have a consumer activist coalition called Fair Air.
Fair Air?
Yeah.
Really?
And I'm fighting for this, and, anybody that wants to get in and help, that would be great.
How do they help? How do they get to be part of it?
Well, we can have $25, which would include, newsletter and information, and also opportunities to travel with me. I sometimes travel with people who are on their fear of flying graduation trips. And then anybody who's joined Fair Air can join us.
Hey, Diana, did you ever crash in an aircraft?
No.
Never crashed.
Mm-mm.
So it's not worth spending a lot of time worrying about, really, is it? Or is it?
No, I don't think so. I think, we just really need to inform ourselves and then decide that we're going to take care of ourselves.
All right, here comes a totally off-the-wall question.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I know people on the inside of some big aircraft companies. And so this is really off-the-wall, Diana. Have you ever heard of ghosts on aircraft?
No.
Never? There are a couple of famous cases of spirits of a crash crew, a crew that have died in crashes, that have visited aircraft. I just thought I would ask.
That's interesting.
Yeah, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Diana Fairchild. Where are you, please?
I'm in Houston, Art.
Hi.
I don't want to give you my name. I'm an airline captain.
Oh, here we go.
I've sent you a number of faxes today about various things with airlines. The reason that we have different air in the cockpit is because if there's a problem in the passenger cabin, they want us to be able to fly the airplane even if everyone else is incapacitated. It's a federal air regulation.
Yeah, but what about the complaint that as a normal course of events, people in the back are nearly incapacitated?
Well, I think that you want your pilots not to be incapacitated first and foremost.
Well, I don't argue that.
They got to get the airplane down if there's a problem.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I mean, when you talk about the quality of cabin air for passengers, I've been doing a lot of flying, Captain, lately, and what's your attitude about what Diana is saying?
I think that she's pretty close to target on a lot of what she's saying. There are minor technical inaccuracies, but not of a substantive nature. The recycling of the air is really not a good thing. In actuality, the cabin air is supposed to be different from the cockpit air, but on the newer generation airplanes, the aircraft probably don't meet the letter of the law in that the pilots do get the same air or a portion of the same air that's been recycled as the passengers. At the particular airline that I work for, we've had a no-smoking policy in the cockpit now for about 10 years, and our pilots don't smoke. And in some cases, the passengers are smoking in the back, and the pilots don't smoke.
Captain, do you get a bonus if you save fuel?
We used to years ago, but that went away when our management changed about 5 or 6 years ago. But now.
You can't smoke up there in the cockpit?
No, not at all. And that's, it's because it's such a closed-in area.
Is that all airlines or just yours?
It's just ours.
I see.
I mean, it's up to each individual airline. The unions get together, the guys in the union, and have a vote, and they talk to their management and arrange it. That's what we did at ours.
So then more airlines than not do allow the pilot to smoke if he's a smoker.
Most pilots
Can I
don't smoke
ask a question,
anymore.
Captain?
Well, go ahead, Diana.
Oh, I remember that at some point, if one of the pilots, the first officer or the captain, goes to the lavatory, the other one has to automatically go on oxygen. Is that at 14,000 or 10,000?
It's at 25,000 feet or above.
25,000, I see, outside altitude.
Outside altitude, that's correct.
Doesn't matter about the interior altitude.
Right. Now, another thing that you were talking about, Art, was getting sick. I've written the FAA about the radiation problem that Diana has mentioned. The radiation starts at about 10,000 feet. You're getting high energy neutrons down to about 10,000 feet. I carried a Geiger counter for years to show people on my airplane, the crew members, what was happening. And at about 18,000 feet, the Geiger counter comes off, real low level, just clicking every now and then. And by the time you're up to 28,000 feet, it's really popping along. And by the time you're at 35,000 feet, it's pegged.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So in other words, if you spend years and years in the air, millions of miles, as Diana has, or as I'm sure you have,
right,
you really have been irradiated with a serious amount of radiation.
Well, the FAA, or actually the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, changed the terms that are used. It used to be millirems is what they used as a standard for radiation measurements. I think they changed it to millisieverts, but as the unit of measuring. But what happened is it confused everybody as to what the levels of radiation that they were getting. And it used to be when you received above 500 millirems a year, then you were categorized as an occupational radiation hazard worker. Interestingly enough, the FAA has admitted that the average airline pilot and passenger gets about 0.6 of a millirem an hour. So if you fly 1,000 hours, the math is pretty simple. You're getting 600 millirems a year.
Is anybody doing any studying on statistics of various cancers for people who professionally fly?
I don't know. I kind of doubt it. The airlines really don't want the information to get out because they're afraid they're going to scare the passengers away. The FAA has had the dual mission of promoting airline travel and enforcing the regulations, so they really haven't wanted to do anything about it. There was a study that was out about 8 or 10 years ago where they were, it was a notice of proposed rulemaking at the FAA. I was one of the 4 people in the country that responded to it because of my studies with the Geiger counter.
All right, Captain, we are woefully short of time, so I'm going to have to end it there. Diana, you have been a great pleasure to have on the air. I thank you, and I hope everybody out there will buy your book, number 1, which is what? Jet Smart.
Jet Smart, yeah.
Jet Smart. And hundreds of tips in there on where to sit, how to avoid getting sick, and all the rest of it. Diana, do me a favor, send me a copy of your book.
Oh, absolutely, Art.
and for everybody else, if you want, it's 1-800-524-8477. If you call that number, you'll get an autographed copy?
That's right, autographed discounted copy.
Discount, that's right, $10 instead of $15. 1-800-524-8477, and her website is available through mine right now at www.artbell.com. So go take a look at her website, get her book. Diana, thank you.
It was a pleasure, Art. Thank you very much.
And take care in beautiful Kauai.
Thank you very much.
Nice place to retire. That's Diana Fairchild, 20-plus years with the airlines. And now you know why you get sick when you fly. I'm still not over the captain up there smoking a cigarette. I can't believe it. I received the following facts last week. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Manastosh Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly now. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we've put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up, so I got curious, actually obsessed, began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole, as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it, except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know me. I get a fax like this, and I jump right on it. So I called Mel in the middle of the night. We put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week. And we got the story of Mel's Hole. But now, Mel's Hole Part 2. I get the following fax earlier today. Art, you're receiving this fax simultaneously with a fax I attempted to send you earlier today. Much has developed since the first fax. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier fax. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at the Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their thread. I asked one of the guards, what's going on? He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I told him there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban and let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear and the lack of smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property. Well, I got the drift. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, don't come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel. Mel.
Hello, Art Bell and listeners.
Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out.
Oh my God, I was. I'll tell you, I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you, but
yeah, you were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you. Now, what? Explain again. You went up to your property. You were going to examine the hole because we were talking about it. I'm sure you had interest. So, and they stopped you there, huh?
Yeah. Well, I originally after the show on Friday night, I went out there and in the evening and noticed there were some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
All right.
And I think...
John, I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. I didn't... It certainly wasn't intentional.
Well, when we talked yesterday, you felt that... probably the best thing to do is to be public in this matter, and
that's right. Your best protection is to be public, Mel.
Well, anyway, so there was a lot of activity around there, and I've had some thoughts about this, and if they knew where the hole was, I would imagine that they could take some readings of the depth of the hole from like satellites.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from ground. I'm not sure about satellites.
Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the air, I'll tell you that. So we did have that situation.
And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there?
Well, there was on, I'll tell you, I'm getting a little confused about days. I guess it's now Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's right.
But since what they had originally there was a barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically.
Armed soldiers.
Armed soldiers. Since then, they've erected some further down the road. I mean, you can't even. I mean, basically, there's the road, there's the access road, and then finally kind of meander into the property.
Okay.
They now have Jersey barriers at the road.
What are those?
Jersey barriers. Those are they're kind of like big chunks of concrete.
Like the bomb barriers they have at the White House. Those kind of things.
More or less. So you could squeeze maybe one vehicle through there, but it's definitely being controlled over there.
Now this is your property, right? You've got the deed to this property.
This is mine in the bank's.
Well, you in the bank, we're all in the same situation. So they won't let you on your own property, and they're claiming there was a plane that crashed.
Yeah, that was the thing, and I said, well, where's the smoke? I've seen plane crashes before. There's got to be smoke, and. Again, I asked to talk to the officer in charge there, and I figured, one of these military types would come up, and I don't know, maybe he was just dressed in civilian clothes because of, the nature of what happened there, but, he told me that I won't be able to go out there until the accident's been investigated, and I was insistent about my property rights, and he seemed to indicate that, this might not necessarily be my property in regards to the drug lab, so, but the problem is I do have a sort of a lab on the property, but
no, wait a minute. Ooh. You have a sort of lab? What kind of lab?
Well, I work working in the alternative health field here and on the property, and that's one of the reasons, and this can all come out now. I imported some plant life from northern Nevada. They were Native American plants that the Indians used there for treatment of various illnesses, mostly cold and flu.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we, because of the nature of the climate, and it's very similar to northern Nevada, we thought we would cultivate these plants and then use it as a cure. It's a very effective cure.
It's not a narcotic, is it?
No, it's not narcotic.
Well, then what the hell are they talking about drug lab?
Well, there is a lab there, though. I mean, and
but there's no. You're not cranking out crank or methamphetamine or anything.
Yeah, but if they had, for instance, if they found like it was a drug lab, they could seize my property.
So it was their way of telling you, listen, brother, stay away. Let us do what we're doing, or we might find a drug lab here, and then it wouldn't be your property anymore, and you might even be in jail.
Yeah. So they were clearly letting me know, and my feeling was that they were in control.
So what we got? We got some kind of national security hole now, or is it what?
Well, excuse me. I assume by now they've made a lot of determinations about it, and it sounds like it's something they want. Today on my answering machine, I had a message from my real estate agent.
Oh.
And he says that he had someone who is very interested in purchasing my property, and would make me a very generous offer. Now, I haven't gotten back to him, but I think we can put two and two together here. Somebody wants to get their hands on my property.
So what are you going to do, Mel? Are you going to accept the, quote, generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to fight?
Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my agent today, is that I wanted to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is. But on one side you have a possible drug lab, and on the other side you have a very, very generous offer. And so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was.
Well, that's the carrot stick approach, no question about it.
Yeah, they're working me both ends here, I think, and I'm like I say, I feel a lot calmer about this now than I did before. It was.
Yeah, you were almost panicked, weren't you?
Yeah. it was just a little bit too much.
All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the hole. And so, what have you determined?
Yeah, I did some real quick and dirty work here with this here. First of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure or weigh the line that's in the hole. And basically, I tied it onto one of these little fisherman's scales. Okay, and,
all right.
It's a little spring operated thing there. But I had a weight on that, including the 1 pound sinker on there. It looks like it weighs about 17, 18 pounds.
What does?
The line that's in the hole.
In totality?
Yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards.
Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah.
It's 20-pound test line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it, right?
That's right.
So
one of the things is and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break at probably at the top of the line, because that's where all the pressure will be. So,
but you believe you're down 80,000 feet?
Yeah, without a doubt.
80,000 feet?
8 with, what is that, 4 zeros on there?
Well, so miles, 5,280 feet, so
yeah,
you can figure it from there.
Someone's, I believe me, I haven't done the math on there. I always forget how long a mile is, but,
how long have you owned this property with a hole?
We've had the property for about 4 years now, and, the guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he'd been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you, we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service.
No, it's just raw property, right?
Well, we have some buildings and the housing structures. All of those were basically damaged with the heavy snowfall we had.
All right, Mel, that's right. Recent snowfall. Mel, hold on. We'll be back to you after the bottom of the hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stay right there. You have got to get up to my website. You have got to get there. They wrote a big article on that appeared in Sunday's Washington Post about the entire Courtney Brown affair. If you go to my website, you can read that article in the Washington Post. That's right, Sunday's Washington Post, big article about this program and about the Courtney Brown affair. In addition, the HARP listening frequencies are up there. In addition, my guest tomorrow night coming, Emily Lau. We're going to be calling Hong Kong and interviewing Emily Lau, who is a legislator in Hong Kong. The information up there on that is available. John Shepard's Strat photographs are up there. Wait till you see those. Whatever you do, don't miss John Shepard's Strat photographs, the equipment he's put together to try and entice visitors from elsewhere, and he's been transmitting for years and years and years. And wait till you see what this guy has put together. It's unbelievable. All that and more up on the website right now, www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. Now back to Mel. And Mel, a lot of this audience would not have heard, but there was another little bit of the legend of the whole. Apparently, at some point, somebody threw a dead dog into the hole, right?
Oh, yeah, I was telling you about that before the other night, and, people throw everything in there. There's dead cows going down the hole, there's, sheep, whatever, you name it's gone down there. One guy, threw his old hunting dog down into the hole, I guess, as a form of burial. And, the story that I heard was that the hunter was out there hunting one day, and he saw his old departed dog. It looked exactly the same. In fact, it was wearing the same collar and the same tags on it. So he was the story is they were like absolutely believed the dog came back somehow.
And you believed it to the degree that you changed your will so that when you die, they were going to throw your body into the hole, right?
When I'm gone, I go into the hole.
Oh, well, but maybe not now, huh?
Well, that's a matter for conjecture. Today, I didn't have a chance to mention this. After finding out, the story about the black beam, the other day, I thought I'd go out there and do some more research amongst my neighbors who, may have.
That makes sense. You can't go on the property. You might as well talk to the neighbors. Yeah, sure.
And so, you go out and buy them a cup of coffee and find out a few things here. Anyway, I had talked to one gentleman who's really quite elderly and has lived in the area for a long time, but he said that originally, and this is going way back, so this must go back about 40, 50, maybe longer, that there was a series of, around the hole, there was a series of stone columns. I said stone columns, and
stone columns?
Yeah. And so I asked him, could he I sketched out a little how the property looks there and see if he could place the stone columns on it.
Yeah.
So he drew it on the napkin there, and I said, that's very interesting. Well, I had my power book with me, and I pulled up a picture of Stonehenge.
Yeah.
He says, that's exactly what the thing looked like.
You're kidding.
He said that they had these pillars lined up, and just like that. He said it wasn't, it didn't have that thing on the top, they had some things on top of the pillars of Stonehenge.
Oh, that's really odd. Listen, you can't get photographs, Mel. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I asked you about photographs. They won't let you close enough to take any photographs.
I was afraid to take pictures of the guards, to be honest with you.
No, I understand. How about a drawing, Mel? Can you get us a drawing?
Yeah, I could do that. I had a question for you. The night that I talked to you, said you got another fax about another anomalous hole.
That's right.
Colville area?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. I've got that fact. And I'll try and get to it. But...
Okay. On Sunday, I listened to your show a bit, and you had Linda on talking about HARP.
That's right. Project HARP.
Now HARP is supposed to look for
underground bunkers and tunnels and such. Yes.
That's right.
Now, maybe it's looking at your hole. Who knows? Here's a fax for you. The following is a theory regarding Mel's property. 1. Imagine 2 naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach toward the Earth's surface around help me pronounce it. Manastash, Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high-voltage electricity deep in the Earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Markham built? The Earth could have its own, in effect, time machine. Over the centuries, through various quakes and so forth, all of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes and the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there.
Well, let me tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find out a little bit more about Earth geology. And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average, on the Earth is about 20 miles deep.
Okay.
Now, underneath the crust, and this is something that a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as the MOHO discontinuity.
The what?
The MOHO, M-O-H-O discontinuity.
What is that?
It's named for a guy named Mohorovic. He was a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this discontinuity. P waves, and I guess those are seismic waves, through this discontinuity move faster than they do through the rest of the Earth. They speed up.
Okay.
Normally they go 7 kilometers per second. These are going 8 kilometers per second when they go through there. And it's believed that it has to do with a chemical difference in the type in that area of the Earth. So you've got the crust, you have the MOHO discontinuity, then you have the mantle. And so that region is very, very little known, as you can well imagine, because you really can't get to it, at least not yet. And the scientists really don't understand that. But we have this thing that goes on underneath the crust that is very, very peculiar. And I just thought I might mention that there.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. I mean, we were going to, I had, Mel, I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole, but now that's obviously not going to occur, because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property.
Yeah, it is my property. That's the incredible thing. I could not step 1 inch onto my property. My deepest, incursion only got me onto the access road. I mean, I was kept way away from that thing there.
How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole?
Oh gosh, you'd have to travel. Oh gosh, I would say it's from the access road. Kind of, it's very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all the low spots there. You might go about 1.5 miles or more. You can't even see the little valley that I'm in.
Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened and listened and listened and never heard a thing?
Nothing. I mean, again, the refrigerator, I didn't hear anything. I mean, I expected, something that massive, and that I expected something. But I've thrown things there that I knew would make interesting sounds, like television tubes, picture tubes.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, those are my favorite. And no, I couldn't get an explosion or anything out of them. So I have not heard anything actually touch bottom in that thing.
I mean, it's almost impossible, it seems.
I mean, if the hole right now, I don't know, is 15, 16, 17 miles, how long would it take for the sound to travel back, if it is hitting bottom? Let's say it's hitting bottom at, say, 15 miles. How long would it take? Or would I hear it at all? Those are things, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, you don't hear things that occur. Well, on the other hand, though, it's a channeled...
It sure is.
I don't know the physics involved in such a deep hole. Have you ever heard of any other holes?
No. That's why I was curious about the Colville hole. I did find out that actually the deepest mine is like 2.3 miles into the earth.
So this is way, way beyond anything that anybody's ever heard about.
Yeah, but that's a mine. That's a mine structure. Another thing I was curious about was that channel that they built underneath the English Channel between England and France. How deep is not how deep it is, but how long is it? Is it several miles or?
I almost rode on it. It's funny you should mention. I almost rode on it last time I was in London, but I didn't. So I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it. I rode right by the entrance to it.
I would be leery of going into that thing.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? Your hole, if you could?
I anticipate what will be going down into the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. We'll be going down there on a non-voluntary basis, I assume, because, I mean, if we're talking the government here, which it is obviously the government that's been interested in this, they have every piece of technology they could ever want. They could send down cameras, they could send down whatever they wanted, So, I assume at some point if they determined that was safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, when they take air readings, if it's got good air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that they would do that. I'm just like a poor ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology as back.
Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Mel, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that?
Well, we talked about that over coffee with the guy that told me about the stones out there, saying, we're pretty, we're big on property rights here.
Yeah, this is your hole, not theirs.
And we're, very, very militant about that. And they say, how can they do that here? The truth is, if they say a plane crashed on the property,
yeah,
and I don't have any evidence of that, but I expect to see some smoke. But if they're telling people this is an accident scene, we got the investigation, FAA and all that business there. And
all right, did they tell you what kind of airplane, civilian, military, or what?
No.
All right. Well, are there any reports? I mean, after all, you can check on plane crashes, right?
First of all, over here, if a kid throws a snowball at your car in the wintertime, that makes the newspaper. So
there should have been big news if a plane went down there.
Oh, you bet. We've had planes go down here before. We've had planes go down, on the other side of the mountains and makes newspaper here. That's a big deal here.
All right, well, look, then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group. Right up to the barrier.
Yeah, and then I end up being a convicted drug cooker. I am, that's
They actually said that to you.
Those were almost verbatim the exact words they said. We could find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Just very easily.
All right. Mel, let's take a few calls, see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello there.
Yes. This is Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, Robert.
Hello. Art, just had a thought connecting Stephen Greer at CSETI with what he said concerning interplanetary travel, and drew a connection to the cloning. I find it very interesting that the scientists say they're not going to consider cloning humans.
Oh, baloney. That's a bunch of crap. Don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel, on the subject of cloning. All day I've been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Oh, well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do it. That is utter garbage, and when we get around to talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different vein, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or shouldn't, will or won't, is baloney, because we will. I guess you can say, should we? But we will. I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mel's hole is first-time caller line. You're on the air.
Hey, Mel?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oregon. My name's Pete.
All right, Pete.
Okay.
Where in Oregon are you?
In Corvallis.
Corvallis. Okay, I know what that is. Sure.
Okay, yeah. I was listening to the show, and I guess it's a delayed broadcast out here. I was listening to earlier stuff.
No, this is about Mel's hole.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sir.
And I would just say to Mel that you need to get in contact with just about every media person that you can think of, and get them out there.
He's done that with me, and I agree with you. I just said to Mel that he should take, like an army of cameras out there. But
Yeah, exactly.
he's afraid that he's going to end up in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's got a point.
Well,
I mean,
think,
suppose the army of cameras with Mel in tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, "Sorry, this is a crime scene." Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel.
Well, I have to tell you that as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of snow on the property, has been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow gear was there for, just to groom it all, so you can't see it from the air.
Well, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
And
if the military's out there, if there was a plane crash, I think the media would want to know what kind of plane it was, who was flying it.
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm the one that's saying that there was a plane crash.
Yeah, Mel, I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash, Mel, that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here. They crash, and you see the military cordon off miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. There's secret aircraft that fly and crash. But I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you. Do you?
No, I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of the smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was a beautiful clear day. I mean, if there was any, and it wasn't particularly windy, if there was a crash, there'd be evidence of it. There'd be smoke clouds.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Mel, about accepting a generous offer for the property with the hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Mel, your hole is worth millions of dollars if it's what you say it is. If it's as deep as you say it is, man, you could fence a property and sell tickets.
Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved onto the property several mobile, those like temporary buildings.
Oh.
They actually moved that onto the property.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the neighbors says he saw almost like a parade of these things going out there, like 3-4 of them. Plus some generator equipment there too.
Oh, God.
That stuff.
How long after the broadcast did this parade begin?
Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late.
And we did the broadcast between, I think, 3 and 4 o'clock Pacific time Saturday morning.
Yeah, so I got some sleep, and I went out there, in the evening and did my weighing of the line in the hole, and that's when I saw the first helicopter out there, and that was a very strange experience. I actually looked up at this thing here for about 20 minutes. There were more helicopters out there Saturday morning early, several of them coming in and out. That was Saturday morning. That was Sunday morning, and then by today, the chronology is getting real confusing for me. But
now, yesterday, I guess, really.
Yeah. I lost a day in here, Art. But what they saw is actually some mobile buildings being moved onto the property. Apparently, some generators. They're going to have no power or phone on the property. We use cell phone if we need to make a call, and we used to use solar out there too.
Well, I feel in a way guilty, Mel, but your original facts got me going, and there was no way not to follow up on that, and I guess once we aired that, it was too late. It was a done deal.
Well, when I originally approached this thing here, what I wanted to do was to, get some good ideas about the nature of this thing here. I guess I was pretty naive about it.
All right, Mel, one thing I've got to ask you.
Yeah.
Don't think me rude, but I've got to ask, Mel.
Yeah.
That's not a drug lab you've got out there, is it?
No. We are working with Native American plants. They're plants that Native Americans used in making this was a Northern Nevada doctor back in World War I time who found a cure for the flu. He gave this stuff to his he was a military doctor. He gave it to the people under his command.
All right, Mel, hold on. We're going to do a break here at the top of the hour. We'll be back to you. Mel Waters, the guy with the endless hole, is my guest. We will start taking some calls. Anybody have any advice for Mel or thoughts on all of this? Yikes. I just went, and those of you who listened last week toward the end of the show, a horrible incident occurred with super glue, which I really don't even want to go into right now, but a bunch of carts, the carts that we play, like this one you're listening to right now with bumper music and stuff, were in a cart rack, and my cart rack came out of the wall, and it's in there with some mollies, so I went and got some super glue and tried to glue it back in, and that's when the disaster began, and I just tried to pull my Pink Floyd cart out of the cart rack, and I noticed that I had glued my carts into the cart rack, along with wherever else the glue went, which I don't want to discuss. The glue obviously got on these carts and glued them to the plastic cart rack. So now the cart rack is off again, and a portion of the cart rack is in my Pink Floyd cart with piece on it, so I can't even get the cart in the machine anymore. I'm telling you, folks, you get sick, you get stupid. That's all there is to it. We're going to get back to Mel. We're going to get back to Mel in a moment with his sad story of the hole, deepest hole maybe in the whole world, as a matter of fact. We don't know. We'll probably never know now. That's the sad part of it. Back now to Mel and the dilemma of the endless hole. Mel, are you there?
I am here, Art.
All right. There are some people with questions. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Just that, just after beginning to explore this thing here, with the help of your audience and, further questioning on, people, that live around in my area here, asking them, really, do you remember anything strange about the hole in particular?
Well, I would say a resurrected dog would be pretty good.
I would. It just becomes more and more mysterious. I have no way of understanding it.
I would say a darker than dark beam that seems to go straight up into the sky would be pretty strange.
That to me was utterly fascinating.
Yeah.
It's like, the hole itself is dark, but for it to send out darkness into the sky to me was just
I
absolutely
couldn't.
incredible.
Yeah, I couldn't begin to explain it.
I mean, it was the way he described it. It was just.
All right. Look, let's bring some people on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello, where are you?
This is Philip in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Hello, Philip. How you doing?
Great. Love your show.
Thank you.
Mel, what type of work do you do for a living?
Well, I'm a retired person.
You have no criminal record of any kind?
Pardon me?
No criminal record or anything?
No criminal record.
I'd find me a lawyer and get a local group of citizens and press and militia, and that's a good reason why we need the militias in this country, is to prevent this type of situation from happening. The government coming in, taking over your property, threatening your life. I would call their bluff. I don't see how they can.
Well, that's easy to say, from a distance. I'm not sure I'd call their bluff. I've got to be honest. Look, if you had a property, sir, and you're trying to get on it, and they had it all roped off, and they said go away, we could.
I would come back with a gun.
Well,
and they haul in a bunch of.
Then
trailers.
you know what you'd be a dead martyr. You take a gun up to a military.
No, I'd have the press with me, and I would not go at this alone.
Oh, I see.
But they're not going to drag in a bunch of military trailers to examine a drug lab.
Well,
that's just not.
I agree.
Logical.
I agree with you. So they're obviously after the secret of the hole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Stan from San Diego.
Hi, Stan.
I just got a question there for Mel. If there was any way that you could charter a plane so you can do a flyover of your property.
I suppose I could do that. There is a small airport here in Ellensburg, and I'm sure that can be arranged for. Well, what I'd be interested in to know is if actually planes can fly over that area, and I suppose I can try to find that out.
To get some photographs.
Yeah, but again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with the surrounding snow. They probably did a really nice job with what they brought in there of keeping it invisible from the air. That was my speculation of why they brought the yellow gear out, as to kind of dress it up a little bit there so that anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion.
Okay, and another thing is I got a little assumption of why none of the animals want to go by there.
Why?
Maybe they see the apparition of the dead dog, and it's warning them not to go there.
Maybe. That's pure conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it.
The observations I made was my dogs and other people's dogs, that come visit. They won't go there. If I put them on a leash and try to drag them there, they'll dig their feet in there, and they just will not budge.
You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family we used to go to Florida, drive to Florida in the winter, and we once got near a slaughterhouse, and on one of our stops. And man, I had a golden retriever, and that golden wouldn't get anywhere. He did the same thing. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you'd pull, he wouldn't get he could smell the death.
Well, when I was in college, I had brought from school a human skull, and I brought it home, put it on the coffee table. My cat walked into the room, and he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards about 8 feet.
I bet.
When he saw that. Now, how did the cat know?
They sense these things.
Yeah,
there's something about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Scott from Kirkland, Washington.
Yes, sir. Oh,
hi, Scott in Washington.
Yeah, not only from Kirkland, I've only been over on my side of the mountains for a little while, but born and bred in Yakima and a graduate of Central Washington University.
Cool.
Spent a lot of time in Ellensburg.
Yes.
In fact, I sat around with one of my old professors who is one of these guys who has been living in the area for, forever. And he actually had told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting down in one of the little restaurants, about a great big hole that nobody knew the bottom of.
Wow.
We'd actually heard of this. This was back, 1990, 1989?
Mm-hmm.
Sometime about in there, and we even heard that. And the one thing, it really surprises me, this guy that was saying, I take a gun in the media up there. What a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize, is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 and 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest, possibly the western United States.
It is humongous out there.
The Yakima Firing Center is where they did all of the training for Desert Storm. They have a bunch of satellite dishes up there that theoretically don't exist, that they use for talking to satellites that aren't there, and all sorts of things, very interesting things go on up there. And so something like this, a hole appearing within spitting distance of this military reservation, it doesn't really surprise me a whole lot that they had trucks and stuff out there in a lightning bolt.
Hey, Mel, do we know how long that hole has actually been there? I mean,
I can probably trace this hole back, from, actual recollections, to for a solid 40 years before I got there, and the previous owner said it was there the next owner back. Before that, I don't know if anyone owned the property. I suppose I could check on that to see, from the records there, if there's been any, ownership of it, or was, whatever. But I can trace it back for a good solid 40 years at least, from the verbatim accounts from the previous owner. Again, I don't really know. I would venture to say that given the nature of it, that it's been there for a very, very long time. I'm talking, not just decades there. I mean, how can this thing just be there? It has to be ancient.
Well, I wish you the best in figuring out what it is, and we're all of us local here, we're going to keep tuned in to see if there's anything worth driving back across the mountains to hang out and see.
Well, I've just been out here for just a couple of years. I decided to retire out here and pursue, my interest in alternative health, and this is what I get.
All right, well, it's turned into a nightmare,
yes.
An absolute nightmare. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, about that hole.
Yes, sir.
There was a Rod Sterling thing I saw on the TNT, I think, about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was like, must have been early 80s, late 70s. And there were reenactments of, like, these true occurrences.
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about a boy. It looked like took place in, like, when they still rode horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something, and he went looking for his dog and fell into a hole, except, he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out and went and told his dad, and his dad went out there, and they heard noises coming out of it.
Oh, God.
And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff. So he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him, and I guess a bunch of guys went out there, and they thought, well, let's lower a rope in, and somebody's going to have to go down on it.
Sure.
And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog and stuff. And they lowered him down, and he made this scream, deadly scream. And so they brought him up, and I guess after that, after they brought him up, he went clinically insane for the rest of his life.
All right. Well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel.
I hope not.
But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? That was
Sunday afternoon, I think.
Was that Sunday afternoon?
So Sunday evening, it's something like that.
Yeah,
I was. Yeah,
I mean, you called me up and you were just a wreck.
Yeah, I was. Any negative, fearful emotion, I had it there. I mean, I was shaking, I was sweating, I was. My body was doing things that I couldn't explain. I was a wreck.
What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out?
I could do that as in terms of, saying, I think there's something interesting going on over there, and, send them out there, and what I assume that'll happen is if they did go, if they thought it was a valid story, they'll say, look, we're, conducting military exercises on this land here, and, there's nothing for you to see, and I think that'll be it. Again, this guy was real clear to me. He said, look, I asked him, I said, look, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, no one's going to believe you anyway. You know, you could tell them anything you want. You know, you why are they going to believe you?
All right. Well, first time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Maxine in Southern California.
Hi, Maxine.
I am very interested in the conversation that's been going on with Mel. I heard the program the other night, and, he's really in a big dilemma.
Well, he is now. And I feel somewhat responsible. But,
I understand that. The first thing he needs to do is get a good lawyer, somebody that's prominent like that, I can't recall his name, Spence from Wyoming, that's
Jerry Spence.
Jerry Spence, somebody like that. And maybe your listeners could do a writing to Janet Reno, the president or the vice president, on his behalf. Keep him in the background, because with the power they've got, they can just wrap him up and we might never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't meet some.
Well, they're working me from both sides here, as far as I can tell.
What it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I guess it's like The Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse.
There's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, "What's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight. Tell them to go to hell." But the fact of the matter is, if I were in your situation, I might be very disinclined to fight. I might be much more inclined to take a, quote, generous offer and get out from under while I can.
If I get to, if I actually get to talk to somebody in a position of authority who wants to sit down and talk turkey, and I'm not talking about my real estate agent, I'm gonna ask for like a relocation to another country is what I'm gonna do.
You want to be sent out of the country?
Yeah, I'd like to be sent to like Australia, for instance. Like where what Standeo is.
Be an expatriate.
So some place that's geologically sound.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's still an American at this moment.
Hi, my name's Brad. I'm calling from Lexington, Kentucky.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. When I heard about this hole, it kind of reminded me of the story with the hole they dug. I think it was in Europe or Scandinavia.
Scandinavia.
Yeah, they lowered a microphone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That was an Associated Press story, and they lowered a microphone in, and they heard the screaming, agonized sounds of thousands of people in agony. They said that was an actual AP story. Now it may have turned out to have been not true, but AP ran that story.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the entrance to hell. I don't know.
There isn't even an echo that comes out of this. I mean, you don't even hear anything.
And plus, and as far as the animals not wanting to go near it,
There is that, but he says there's not a sound. I mean, it's totally dead, right, Mel?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, unless you hit the side of the thing there, when you drop something in and it's like close to the surface, you hear it there. But after a certain point, you wouldn't hear anything anyway.
Now, when you dropped a refrigerator in, I'm curious how you can drop a refrigerator. Now, 9 feet 9 inches, pretty good size diameter. Oh, yeah. But how do you get the fridge in the middle to drop it so that you don't slam it into the sides?
Well, you get like one of your buddies over there, and you get it over there on its, so it's like leaning over on its back, and you slide it over on the stone wall, and then just kind of give it a shove, and it just sort of goes straight down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not too difficult. I mean, we've been throwing stuff in that, that hole of all sorts of descriptions here, and believe me, we've done it. I mean, it's a cow is a pretty big thing, but people have gotten cows down in there, so you can just about throw anything down
actually
there.
Almost disgusting.
Yes.
In fact, the bottom of the hole, if there is a bottom to the damn thing, must be truly disgusting, a mixture of horrible things of earth that should not have been thrown in there. Mel, can you hold on?
Oh, yeah, I'll be
all right. Well, we'll do one more half hour, and we'll be right back. It is a strange and wonderful world out there, is it not? Stay right there. Good morning, everybody. Mel is my guest. He's got a hole. Mel's hole, we call it. And now let's go back and give him a little challenge, all right? Mel, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. I've got a couple of faxes here that are not kind, Mel. They say this man is lying. His voice is shaking so much. He's stuttering. He's searching for words. He's in a bind because you're paying attention to his fable, his made-up story, they're saying. And you have to come up with something that would keep you from finding out about his lie. So here's another one that says, Mel's hoax. Aren't you fallen for another one? Well, I am a little naive, and I like stories like yours, Mel, and so I do tend to go for them. Do you swear that this is absolutely the truth?
Well, look, I would have rather not have talked or called or faxed or anything in regards to this subject at all.
Yeah, the people need to understand. You faxed me, but I'm the one who called you.
I would have preferred, to be honest with you, to be there tomorrow morning, letting a little more line down into the hole, and just going along my merry way.
And then getting you on the air stopped all that, and plus put the idiots there that are there taking hold of your...
When you have a situation about belief and what do you believe in and what you don't believe in, a couple of days ago, we had this guy shoot a bunch of people on the Empire State Building.
That's right.
The Empire State Building's been there for like 60 years or whatever. And today I heard that they put metal detectors in the Empire State Building.
It figures.
Now, for 60 years, people believed that the Empire State Building was a safe place to be. That was belief. And in one day, people no longer believe. So beliefs change.
Yeah.
And that's how I view beliefs. Should they've had a metal detector on it for 60 years?
All right, look, let me ask you this. You have neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
They know about the hole.
They've been there. They've put their trash in it.
They put their trash in it. Would any of your neighbors talk, or do you think they're scared now too?
I'd be happy to talk to them and see if they want to talk to you.
All right.
And I'd be happy if they want to talk. I'll fax you a phone number.
That's great, Mel. Work on that one. That's at least one other angle to approach this with. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Where are you, please?
I'm in Cameron, Texas.
All right.
Gentlemen, how wide is that hole?
It's 9 3/4 feet.
9 3/4 feet.
9 feet.
That's the diameter.
9 feet 9 inches in diameter, he said.
Okay, Mel. To the library, why don't you go tomorrow, and they can network books all over the United States. And there's one called The Phantom of the Poles by William Reed. And there's one called The Hollow Earth by Dr. Raymond Bernard.
Okay.
And I'll guarantee you that'll open your eyes, because the Earth is hollow. They've never proved the Earth is solid. And if the poles, it's totally a hole, and it's about 1,400 miles wide. And people can't see across it, and they don't realize they're going into the Earth. But Admiral Byrd flew 1,700 miles inside the Earth, and they shut it up. So the government's up to something here.
All right. As a matter of fact, here's a fax, Mel, saying, regarding the hole, it sounds to me like the government's going to take the hole and give Mel the shaft.
That is what it sounds like.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Well?
Another fantastic story, Art.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I have a friend of mine who also believes in the Hollow Earth story. And I've read 2 scriptures in the Bible, which I won't quote because I know you don't like to talk about that.
That's right.
But there's one that talks about making graven images of things.
Yeah.
And that would be even things that are under the earth. And then there's a...
Well, what are you driving at, though?
Well, there are scriptures in the Bible that also allude to a hollow earth.
Oh.
And so there's one in Revelation that talks about they were looking all around to try and find somebody who was worthy to open the scrolls or the seals or something, and even under the earth, no one was found.
All right, Mel, are you a religious person?
I wouldn't categorize myself as a religious person.
So then you don't necessarily feel there's any religious significance to the whole?
I'm starting to believe that there's some supernatural significance to the whole, but
the dog part and the other thing about the beam of the blackness, that certainly would lead in that direction. But on the other hand, things that we don't understand, Mel, seem as magic.
Yeah, they do. And that's so, you know, those are things that I cannot understand, you know, and so I have to say I don't understand it.
All right, look here. Do you want any help from your representative? In other words, it may be that your state senator or your local representative, congressional representative, would help you out, and we could help you out with that too. In other words, fight power with power. That's an idea from John in Redding, California, and it's not a bad one necessarily.
Well, my local congressperson is Doc Hastings out here, and you know, he is one of those guys that, you know, believes in property rights and so forth, and so that would be an avenue. Again, you know, this is an opportunity for me to gain as much information as, you know, I'm also disseminating, and you know, I'm going to have to make a decision. You know, when I go in one direction or go in another direction, that will be it. You know, there's not going to be a point where I could take it back.
All right, well, here's another one for you to consider. I've got connections at Strange Universe, Hard Copy, all those kinds of shows. I could have those people in contact with you in 2 seconds flat, Mel. Once you decide which way you want to go, believe me, I can have either media power or a government power representation to help you out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, I'm going to have to, the main thing I have to do is decide, is this tantalizing enough for me to move forward and, you know, say, well, I want to claim this as my own, I want to deal with it on my own basis.
Yeah.
Do I want to get out of it? You know, do I want to get into trouble? I mean, you know, these are the considerations that I have here.
All right, here's somebody saying, what about your local sheriff? Now, that is an idea. They're usually pretty friendly guys. Do you have a good local sheriff?
We have a local police department here, and then we have a sheriff's department, and they're all great. They're all wonderful people. I mean, every last one of them's a great guy. But I don't know. I don't even know how I would approach this here. You know, my property is being illegally used. You know,
There's no question about it. No question about it. And you have the deed, right? You can prove this?
Oh, I can prove it's my property. What I don't know is, you know, how can the government use your property? At what point do they develop an authority to use your property? You know, let's say a plane crashed there, which is what I was told. Well, then they'd have a right to, you know, salvage the plane, do whatever they're going to do.
All right.
They would establish a right to it.
All right. Here's Daryl in Rancho Mirage who says, kidding aside, Mel's hole, if in fact he is sitting on top of an access point to an extraordinary depth, he's also right on top of a whole bunch of trouble. The potential military scientific significance can go as deep as one's imagination allows. One thing is for sure. The government doesn't have this kind of response to retrieve an old refrigerator. I think Mel better get an attorney presto if he doesn't have one already. Remember, if they accuse him of a drug-related violation, they can RICO that property in a flash.
That is exactly what I believe. And again, I have something on the property. I have an old parlor trailer out there that's been gutted. And it's where I do a lot of the work I do with the plants they have. And, you know, I have solvents there. I have alcohol there. I have drying equipment out there. And, you know, it would take them 30 seconds to make it look like a methamphetamine lab or whatever it is. I mean, it just, you know, it's already my lab. I mean, that's where I do my work.
I hear you. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you?
Hello, I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Reno. Okay. Speak up good and loud for us, huh?
Okay. Art, I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that's got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are saying that. Obviously, people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this like you did the Courtney Brown thing.
Well, I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop. That's what I do. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just.
But I mean, if you doubt some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so to Mel. He's here.
Mel, I think that you're looking for some kind of notoriety for some reason, and I think that you think everybody is pretty gullible that is listening to Art Bell's program, and that you're taking unfair advantage of them.
All right, you've got to remember, dear, I called him.
But didn't he originally
fax me? Yes, he
help?
did. He faxed me with information. As a matter of fact, I read the fax at the beginning of the program with Mel tonight, and I read it over the air. So he didn't anticipate that I would call him, didn't ask me to call him, and I had to look up at the top of the fax to get the fax ID to call him. So that's the truth of the matter. I have no way of knowing, of course, whether Mel's weaving us a story or not, except his word, and I can't imagine why he'd lie.
To be honest with you, and since you're from Reno, and if I wanted to be on the air talking about something, I'd much rather talk about my work with Indian herbal remedies. That would be the thing that I would prefer to be talking about. It just so happens that the materials I'm working from are from northern Nevada, from your local Indians out there, and they're the ones that have provided me with the line of research that I'm doing. I have, this whole thing is secondary, but if I had a topic I really wanted to speak about,
it would be that.
Would be it.
All right, I understand. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes, Art, this is Skip in Sacramento, KSTE.
Yes.
A couple of things for you, sir. The hole that he is talking about, his 80,000 feet, comes up to 15.15 miles deep.
Sounds right.
The Mohorovicic discontinuity he's talking about came in the International Geophysical Year. I believe that was back in the early 80s, maybe even the 50s. I'm getting so old I don't remember now. It's called IGGY, the International Geophysical Year, where all the world population took part, checking the depth of the shelf underneath the oceans and the molten mass down to the core and so on, how deep it was. There was a discontinuity. It wasn't even, and that's why it's called a discontinuity. It was named after this fellow Mohorovicic.
Exactly.
Your glue stuff, was developed for surgery, for smashed spleens and kidneys. It made to glue skin better than anything else.
Yeah, well, trust me, it works real well, sir. Thank you very much. It even glues carts into racks. I don't want to talk about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Oh, I think we just missed him. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Good morning.
Hi, Art and Mel.
Hi.
Hello. Aaron calling from Reno.
Yes, sir.
Good. I have a couple of questions and a comment. Mel, I don't know if anybody's asked you yet, but have you ever seen a UFO out around in that area on your property?
Yeah, good question.
Out here, you're liable to see all sorts of things, and I myself have not seen anything personally. I mean, this is one of those areas that can get pretty remote in a hurry. Ellensburg is like 30 miles away on either side from the nearest town.
Matter of fact, Mel, I've got a lot of confirmation of that, faxes and phone calls, people saying it is a very weird area.
Yeah.
And they've heard stories there about holes. So, this is not that far out. A lot of people are saying, yes, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in that area. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
It's Fred from Sitka.
Sitka, Alaska, all right.
Yeah, and just like to say that, I thought the days of you'll just disappear ended with the Reagan administration. And Art, I'm very disappointed that you will not be coming to Sitka on your Alaska cruise.
Well,
you're going to be missing out there.
We're hitting quite a few cities, sir, but Sitka is not one of them. Sorry about that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
This is Paula in Kansas City, and I want to tell Mel that I believe him entirely, and I think the Jerry Spence idea is a great idea, and it's probably a good story for Linda Moulton Howell to go check out.
I've already given it to Linda, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's great, and I think if he's told over 10 million people on the air that he's been threatened, that they're going to falsely accuse him of having a drug farm out there or something, and he got a really good lawyer like Jerry Spence, they would never be able to follow through on that, especially if he had a bunch of media attention like Strange Universe and stuff out there.
Well, that was another idea. There's a whole bunch of ideas here on the table.
Yeah, I really think he should go for it. And I totally disagree with that lady who thinks he just wants attention.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I did call Mel, folks. That's the truth. Yeah, he faxed me but I'm the guy who dug out the number and called him. He didn't really want to go on the air. For the record, Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Finally, I got through. Hello, Art. Hello, Mel. How are you?
Okay.
Mel.
Yes.
Now, with this hole and these people who are on your land, you have to understand they are listening to this radio program right now.
I'm sure.
I'm absolutely certain of it.
And you also have to understand these are military spooks. They are doing whatever they're doing right now. And anything that you do through the standard channels, like getting a lawyer or anything along those lines, is going to serve only as a delay tactic. I would suggest to you that you do some research. If it was a plane crash, there is radar coverage of that area. I'm certain.
Oh yeah.
There would be a record of it somewhere.
Well, unless
if it's an airplane crash, where's the NTSB?
Well, sir, wait a minute. Hold on. Look, I live out here in Nevada, and I can tell you because there's been some experimental planes that have crashed out here. And A, it does not get into the media. B, the military cordons off the entire area, and trust me, you don't get anywhere near it. I know personally that's true.
All you need to do is contact one of the air traffic controllers for the area and find out if there's any record of anything in that area at that time. You can also find out, if it's an air crash, where's the NTSB? If it has anything to do with drugs, where's the DEA or the Drug Task Force for that area, whatever it might be called? If there is anything to do with anything else as far as the geological properties of the area, you can find all this information out from USGS. You can get satellite photos and infrared. You can get anything you want.
Yeah, these are all good ideas. Although I think the plane crash story is an obvious falsehood. It's a lie. And, Mel, again, they told you, look, they could find a drug lab there. So the plane crash story was obviously a cover, and the story about the lab was obviously a threat.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. So, my friend, I don't know what you're going to do now. And I guess you don't know.
I'm going to think about it. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to call the realtor tomorrow for one and ask him. I would prefer not to talk to him, but talk to someone.
I would ask him too. Who is making the offer? They have to tell you who's making the offer.
Sure. Well, you see, this property is not for sale. I don't have a listing out there.
Well, yeah, but you can make an offer on anything, though.
I suppose you could.
Yeah, you can get a realtor and make an offer, and they will come and give you that offer. So, look, I don't know what else to say or do, Mel.
Well,
if there's any way I can help you, if there's any media contacts or political contacts I can supply you with that will help when you decide what you're going to do, come to me. If there are any significant further developments that you want, or you get some neighbors who want to come on the air, I'll put them on. If you get any drawings, I'll put them up on the website. I'll do whatever I can do to help you, and I feel a little guilty about having solicited you on the air in the first place and causing all this.
Well, look, I'm pretty rattled about this, I have to say, and I'm usually a bit more articulate than I have been, and I apologize for that. This is a really stressful situation.
No, I understand. People are just nasty, Mel. That's all.
No, that's fine, and I generally find that usually the people that are most well-spoken are generally the ones that you really have to watch out for, and
I know.
I think, that's always a good thing to bear in mind. And so, I got some thinking to do about this, Art, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. I think overall, I've moved forward in this in terms of, actually being able to resolve this within my mind, and I think for that it was good. Quite honestly, your involvement with this may not, it may be happening now because of your involvement, but it could be happening a year from now without your involvement.
Yeah, and everybody out there ought to consider, something like this could happen to anybody.
10 million people, or how many are out there? They know about this.
Mel, we're out of time. Stay in touch, my friend.
I'll I'll keep in touch.
All right, take care. That's Mel and the story of Mel's Hole, and that's the latest. When there's more, you'll hear about it right here. All right, night all.